Good morning. Morning. All right, there we go. Welcome to South by Southwest 2024. More importantly, welcome to International Women's Day. There we go. My name is Hugh Forrest. I am the co-president and chief programming officer at South by Southwest. I am so excited to talk to you for a few minutes. I'm so excited to kick off South by Southwest and hopefully set the stage for what will be another incredible edition of March Magic in Austin. First, let's give some thanks. Thanks to all the many staffers who are behind the scenes who don't get to be up here and talk to you today. There are about 200 of us total. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. And maybe that number is too small. There are probably more. Thanks as well to all the volunteers who are managing the show on site. It is their energy, their enthusiasm that welcomed you to this event. Thanks to all our sponsors and supporters, and most of all, thanks to all of you who came from near and far to celebrate another edition of South by Southwest with us. When I say near and far, I am proud to say that 30% of our badge holders for South by Southwest 2024 are from outside the US. That is amazing. Shout out to our friends from Brazil who are again leading the international parade. Okay, one of the great things about South by Southwest is that we get a large number of new attendees every year. For those new attendees and for those veterans, I want to talk to you briefly about what we believe in at South by Southwest. This is our purpose statement. South by Southwest dedicates itself to helping creative people achieve their goals. That is, in fact, our long-standing purpose statement. We've had that for more than 3 decades, as long as South by Southwest has been around. Indeed, we strongly, strongly, strongly believe in the power and importance of massive creativity. We believe that the power and importance of massive creativity is amplified significantly when creative people from different industries connect with each other. We believe that the power of massive creativity is amplified significantly when creative people from different industries connect with each other in a city like Austin that has always celebrated and cultivated creativity in all its many forms. Keep Austin weird, y'all. We believe that promoting, highlighting, emphasizing, spotlighting, showcasing the importance of racial diversity, gender diversity, sexual diversity, international diversity, and still many other forms of diversity is absolutely the right thing to do at South by Southwest and always. We believe that doing the right thing by promoting all forms of diversity also promotes more creativity because different kinds of people think creatively in different kinds of ways, and that promoting more creativity always speaks to the very mission of South by Southwest. We believe that in an age of increasing automation, face-to-face, person-to-person connections are still the world's most powerful technology. Let me repeat that. We believe that in an age of increasing automation, face-to-face, person-to-person connections are still the world's most powerful technology. We believe that new gadgets, new devices, new software, new hardware can and will improve our lives, but much more so, we always believe in the power of shared humanity to make the world a much, much better place. We believe in the power of community, that together we are much stronger than we are individually. Even more so, we believe in the power of a global community and that there is much more that unites us, that we share in common than divides us. We believe that attendees get the most out of all that South by Southwest has to offer by going outside their comfort zones in their choice of sessions, their choice of networking events, their choice of music showcases, their choice of film and TV screenings. We believe that the inspiration you receive at South by Southwest can help you achieve much better things when you return home after your visit to Austin. Whether that inspiration is from an up-and-coming entrepreneur, an incredible new band, a talented young filmmaker, or a forward-thinking innovator in any number of the dozens and dozens of verticals that come together at South by Southwest. We believe that South by Southwest has accomplished many things since the event began in 1987, but we also believe that we at South by Southwest still need to make a lot of improvements to get to where we want to be as an event, as an organization, as a platform that convenes important conversations. We believe that South by Southwest gets a little better every year and that this incremental approach to improvement is the best approach to get us to where we want to be. We believe that feedback, both positive and not so positive, always helps us to get a little better, but more on that last point in just a second. And that is just a very brief overview of things that we believe in South by Southwest. A few other important details, links and details. If you have not been to the Attendee Services Hub yet, I strongly, strongly encourage you to go to that page. that has all the logistic information on that page that you need to know. Particularly that has information about the South by Express Pass system, which is probably a little bit too complicated for me to explain on stage, but go to the Attendee Services Hub. You can learn more about that. There's content you can watch at the South by Southwest YouTube channel, as well as southbysouthwest.com/live. And then my longstanding tradition, if you have any problems, any issues, any feedback, positive, hopefully, but not so positive, also please connect with me, hugh@sxsw.com. I don't do many things well in life, but I do answer email fairly quickly. All right, before I leave, 4 tips for an amazing South by Southwest experience in 2024. 1, create a game plan of what you want to accomplish, who you want to meet at South by Southwest. And it is not too late to create a game plan right now for that. When creating that game plan, again, push your boundaries, go outside your comfort zone, take advantage of all the different kinds of content, all the different industries, all the different creative people that are in Austin for South by Southwest. 3, be friendly to everyone. Time and time again, we hear that the most important connection a person made was the person sitting next to them in a panel room. So be friendly. Small connections at an event like South by Southwest lead to big things. And last but not least, embrace that the joy of missing out is much better than the fear of missing out. JOMO over FOMO always. Okay, have a great South by Southwest. You can always reach me, hugh@sxsw.com. We will start the real show in about 5 minutes. I look forward to meeting all of you in the hallways over the next few days. Thank you.
could see past the ground.
All right. Hello, everybody, and there are a lot of you out there. Welcome to the very first day of South by Southwest. I am so excited. So, my name is Monica Sack. I am the Senior Director of Conference Programming for South by Southwest. Thank you all so much for making it to this year's event. I hope that your time here is spent full of learning, making connections, reflecting, exploring, and all of the other things that you all want to accomplish. Before we get to our opening session, I just have a few housekeeping items for you all. First, we are live streaming a select number of sessions each day, so if you're unable to attend for any reason, you can check out our live stream on YouTube. Second, as you may have noticed, there are a lot of you here, which means that a lot of sessions are going to be at capacity and you're unable to attend or get into the room. We do have a select number of sessions that we will be encoring, so check the schedule for that. And even if you're unable to make those, check out a different room. Like walk into something that you didn't think that you would be interested in seeing and discover, which is what we want you all to do here. Third, to celebrate our first day of the event, we have the South by Southwest Interactive Opening Party at 8 p.m. That will be at Palm Door at 6th, on 6th, and I hope to see you all there. And now on to our first session of the event, and it is a great one. When I think about our world, I think about how the perception of it is constantly changing. It can feel small or big, comforting or harsh, familiar or foreign. And the shifting of those thoughts is what keeps this world a mystery for me. I can't capture how I feel in words, but I don't have to because our opening session today is going to do that for us. Ada Limón is a poet, our nation's poet laureate, to be exact. She comes with many accomplishments, MacArthur Award recipient, one of Time's Women of the Year, just to name a couple. And just generally, she's amazing. And we are so fortunate this morning to get a glimpse of how she sees the world. Dr. Ilana Glazer is the director of NASA's Science Mission Directorate's Planetary Science Division. So let's just say equally amazing. Lori will be joining for the second half of the session to discuss the intersection of science, culture, exploration, and so much more. And there may be a few treats along the way. So if you have any questions, we are accepting them through the Slido platform. You can find that in the South by Southwest Go app. Just go to the session listing and click on the Engage button. Following today's session at 11:30, Ada will be doing a book signing at the South by Southwest bookstore. She'll be signing copies of her most recent book of poetry, The Hurting Kind. And now, please join me in giving a very, very warm welcome to Ada Limón.
Hello, hello. Proud, thank you so much for being here. In case you're worried that I'm just going to read a bunch of poems, I won't. So those of you who are here for more of the NASA side, you can take a deep breath. It is such an honor to be here with you today. And while I'm very sure that when I was much younger, I secretly hoped I'd be attending South by Southwest as some sort of rock star, there is something sweet about attending as the Poet Laureate of the United States. As poets, thank you. As poets, our job is to make all the music complete on the page. No instruments, no harmonizing, just words and the space between them. We have to make our own bass lines, our own melody, and then in the end we offer the poem to someone else so it might join their own personal internal music and make something meaningful. It's music meeting music. The collision of the poem with the complex human who receives it makes the whole experience of poetry completely unique to each individual reader. For me, poetry is a deeply private endeavor, a deeply personal and human endeavor. And so to transition into a more public role as an artist felt some ways like an impossible task. How do you take something that feels raw and intimate and strange and ethereal and full of chaos and mess of the human mind and show people its importance? Hold it up and say, this matters. And beyond that, how do you take that strange, ethereal thing and say, I can't explain it to you. I can't even tell you what it means. Or explicate it into something easily digestible, and yet still make a case for its importance. And in many ways, it's like trying to explain the soul or the heart. Making a case for poetry often feels like making a case for mystery itself, a case for deep feeling. In that sense, it feels like nature to me. You can't explain the forest, even if you were deeply, intricately aware of the microclimate of the redwoods, the underground root system, the mycelium, the humus, the layers of fog hydrating the trees from the sea. Even with all that knowledge, you can still stand inside the forest and be bewildered, be in awe. The human language fails. And poetry, more than other ways of writing, embraces the place where language fails. It makes room simply for breath, for silence, for simply being. Because poetry makes room for silence, it also makes room for grief, for sorrow, for longing, for despair, for rage. Many people find it healing and sometimes deeply uncomfortable, simply because it opens something up. It dislodges and disrupts. It's not meant to comfort, but instead it's meant to re-enlarge the heart's capacity for feeling. And in doing so, I believe poetry has the ability to both reaffirm our humanity and reconnect us to each other and to the planet. And I don't mean that it does this by placating or appeasing or even soothing, but rather loosening something within us that does not want to be silenced. It is the voice underneath the voice, and it holds us accountable to the truth. For me, it has offered a sense of belonging to the world, to each other, to the planet. I think my entire life I've been looking for a sense of belonging, a way to find myself enmeshed in the fabric of the world. Even as a young person, I was painfully aware of the way our differences stood out and were amplified, whether it was our cultural identity, our borders, or our class differences, or our genders, or our many different ways of moving amongst each other. It felt like each one of us was being asked to be siloed into a specific box. Check this box if. Check this box, no more than one, and so on. And the question lingered, where do you come from? I mean, where do your people come from? Who do you belong to? And the truth, how I wanted to answer, I wanted to belong to the trees, to the earth. What other answer is there? I come from trees. I come from creek water, from old stars and the ocean. Where I found the largest sense of belonging was always in nature. I would hide myself in the rocks in the watery world of the Calabasas Creek in my hometown of Glen Ellen, California. If I felt anxious in the classroom, which I often did, I would stare out the windows of Dunbar School and focus on the leaves of the California live oaks, the acacia trees, big and blooming, loud and yellow when the spring would warm the back roads. It was in those early days that I realized that the feeling of interconnectedness was not only propelled by a connection to fellow humans, but also to the trees, the clouds, the edges of landscape that blurred and came into focus depending on your gaze, the animals, the birds that were always there, but how easy not to notice them. I wanted to notice them. I thought maybe if I loved the world, it was a way of loving myself too, of even protecting what urgently needed protecting. When I was asked to create a signature project as my role as the Poet Laureate of the United States, I knew I wanted to combine poetry and nature, link the two that offer a sense of wonder and belonging, and make something to share with others. I had no idea what it would look like. The first idea I had, no joke, was putting poems on native seed packets and flying a plane over wilderness landscapes that had been harmed by wildfires, and then dropping the poems with the seed packets out onto the landscape. As you might have guessed, the wonderful folks at the Library of Congress thought it might not be a great idea to put me in a plane. They thought maybe you should start with something a little more grounded, a little easier to ensure, perhaps. And so my project became a project bound to the earth. And I'm not getting in a plane. It's called You Are Here. The project combines poetry and the natural world. The first element is an anthology of 50 original nature poems by some of the best contemporary poets writing today. The second element is a partnership with the National Park Service and the Poetry Society of America. We will put poetry installations in 7 national parks around the country, representing the 7 different regions of the national parks. Each poem is written by a legacy poet that speaks to the land and includes a prompt for visitors to write their own You Are Here poem. Even in my terrible and wonderful youth, I was drawn to the idea of being part of the earth. I remember in high school the photograph of Earth taken from NASA's Voyager on February 14th, 1990, at a distance of 3.7 billion miles. We call it now the pale blue dot photo. Carl Sagan wrote of that photograph, "Look at that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us." And it is home. It's where we are. I can't help but think that part of my inspiration for the project and the name of the project came from that photograph. How can you not have an overwhelming connection when you realize that all of us belong to this beautiful, extraordinary, pale blue dot? And now, while I won't be flying on planes with poems written on seed packets over deforested, burned landscapes, yet, that is, the thought does bring me to one of the most inspiring collaborations of my artistic life. In October of 2022, I was asked by NASA to write an original poem that would travel 1.8 billion miles to the second moon of Jupiter. It was to be engraved on the Europa Clipper spacecraft in my own handwriting. At this point, I had turned down quite a few requests for original poems by different organizations. But when NASA asked for this endeavor, I immediately said yes. And then I was immediately thrown into a wild despair when I realized I would actually have to write the poem. In the first meeting with the incredible NASA team, some of whom are here today, I was eagerly taking notes, and they mentioned that Europa is an icy moon, which is almost entirely made of water, and they think it may have all of the ingredients for life. I took out my journal that I carry with me daily, and I wrote the line, "We too are made of water." That line helped guide me into the poem. The second thing that helped guide me was the idea that space is also nature, that this is all nature. And in order to connect a poem to the second moon of Jupiter, I needed it to celebrate and praise this planet. Every NASA scientist will tell you, Earth is the best planet. After 19 drafts and a few tears, and finally my husband saying, maybe you should stop trying to write a NASA poem and start writing a poem you would actually write, I finally finished the poem. And what was it about? Of course, it's about the wonders right here, right in front of us, urgent and not to be missed. Now, one of the best things about the collaboration was getting to visit the clean room at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab and watch the Europa Clipper actually being built. They didn't let me touch it, though. Listen, I know nothing about space, but I know curiosity. And what links exploration and poetry so beautifully is our curiosity. We begin with the questions, and we end with more questions. We begin with wonders and end with more wonders. And now, as the project continues, the Europa Clipper team have t-shirts and sweatshirts that all have the line, "We too are made of water," in my handwriting on the back. It's become a uniting line as the team prepares for the launch in October 10th. And while my poem is going to space, it is with great gladness and relief that I will not be going to space. Although some headlines do make it sound like I am being launched into space. I get to remain earthbound and small here on this little pale blue dot for as long as I can, that is. With that, I would love to bring to the stage someone who actually does know a lot about space, and with whom I share a boundless curiosity, a woman who is compelled to ask the big questions. Please welcome Dr. Ilana Glazer, Director of Planetary Science for NASA.
Hello, everyone. It is just absolutely amazing to be here. Incredible. What an opportunity. And to be here sitting with Ada Limón on Women's Days, kicking off South by Southwest. How awesome is that? So just real quick, how we think we're going to run through this is that the way it's going to work, Ada and I are going to try and have some casual conversation up here. Ignore y'all, we're not sure you're here. But we want to talk a little bit about the intersection between science and art. And then, hopefully, towards the end, there will be some time for some questions that I think are going to be submitted, and we'll be able to take some of your questions here while we're sitting on the stage. But isn't Ada amazing? Oh my gosh, she's so... Every time I listen to her speak and I hear her words, she just has such an amazing way with language. As a scientist, I'm probably not that good with words, but I know math really well. So, but anyway, so just a little bit, I'll tell you a little bit about who I am and what I do. As Ada said, I'm the director of NASA's Planetary Science Division. And what that means is I get to oversee all of NASA's programs that send robotic spacecraft out into the solar system. So we have spacecraft that explore all the way from Mercury out towards Pluto and beyond into the Kuiper Belt. And we even have a couple of spacecraft that have gone beyond the edge of our solar system, the two Voyagers. One of those missions, Ada mentioned, is called the Europa Clipper mission. And Europa Clipper is an incredible spacecraft, and it is going to explore Europa, as Ada says, the second moon of Jupiter. An incredible place that is covered in a thick ice shell. But we think that beneath that ice shell is a global ocean of liquid water. And that to us is really compelling. It is potentially a place where life could exist. Perhaps microbial life may exist there today in that ocean beneath the ice. And we're so honored and so excited that Ada's poem is going to be riding along with us all the way out to Europa. As she says, it's inscribed on the spacecraft and also inscribed on that same plaque with her poem are co-signatures from over 2.6 million people around the world who are sending their names to Europa along with Ada's poem. So that's pretty cool too. So let's kind of kick things off here. You know, your poetry really captures the human experience. As I said, you just have such an incredible way of bringing those ideas out in a way we can all relate to. So how do you think poetry can help us navigate these mysteries and the wonders of the universe?
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I love talking with you, by the way, because we were in the back saying this panel is passing the Bechdel test just over and over again. But I think that one of the things that I love when I'm meeting with these incredible minds that work for NASA is that I get to work in a space that has no answers. Poetry doesn't exist in the answers at all. It literally gives space for an unknowing. And I think in that way, yes, it's a constant searching, but it's also a little bit of a surrender to the unknowing. There's a part of poetry that feels very comfortable with mysteries, that feels very at peace with not knowing things. And so I think in some ways it can feel grounding or uplifting or soothing even when there's something disruptive within it, because it feels like a space to reflect. It feels like a space to actually hold the mess. And I think in that way, you know, it goes really well with exploration because you don't know what's going to happen. Even when you begin a poem, and many of you are probably writers, like there's a level in which you never know where it's going to go. And so a lot of what we do as artists is just embrace the mystery, surrender to the unknown. And I think in that sense, to have them so linked is really beautiful. The other thing I'll add is that as we were talking, as Hugh made his introduction about the importance of human connection, poetry is very human. It has breath built right into it, into the spaces, into the line break, into the caesuras, stanza breaks. That's all a place for breath. And so it honors the actual life force of humanity.
Yeah, that's so cool. Again, I'll just sit and listen to her all day. She's amazing. Yeah. So I think I want to talk a little bit about, you are talking about the importance of art and the importance of not knowing and that kind of mystery. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, kind of how science, I think, is very similar, right? We are constantly coming up with these amazing questions, and then we design these incredible spacecraft that go out into the solar system to explore, and we start to answer some of those questions, but inevitably, every time we come back with even more questions than we started with. We learn one piece that's new, and then we have to kind of reset. We have to kind of reflect on what we've learned and then reset our thinking and start again. Okay, let's rethink what the questions are we really need to be asking, and we start again. And I think the Europa Clipper mission is a really great example of that. It actually is building on a mission that we flew a long time ago now, getting to be, called Galileo, that flew to Jupiter, and it was that mission that actually discovered this global ocean beneath the ice. And up to that point, we had this thought in our mind that in order for life to exist, the planet on which life could exist had to be in some zone, some distance from the sun where water could be present on the surface, liquid water, because we know that life needs water. But when we discovered that here, way out in the solar system, out at Jupiter distance, which only gets about, less than 5% of the sunlight that we get here on Earth, how could you possibly have life in that kind of an environment? And then we realized that there was, in fact, this global ocean beneath the ice. And we started to rethink, maybe you don't have to be at an Earth distance in order to have life exist in the solar system. Maybe you could have life that far out. We find life in incredibly extreme environments on Earth. In the coldest environments at the tops of the mountains and at the bottom of the ocean where it's dark and under very high pressure. And so we started to think, maybe there could be life in the ocean of Europa. And so this mission, Clipper, is really designed to not necessarily look for the signs of life, but to actually look for the different things that you need for life. So we're going to be exploring, we're loaded with, I think, 9 major instruments that are going to look for how deep is that ocean, how salty is that ocean, how thick is the icy crust. Do you see on the surface of the ice, do you see the organic materials that are the building blocks that would be able to come together to actually form life if they were present in the right location? So
I love that.
Yeah. So
I still don't want to go though.
You're going to get to go with us through the data that we're going to share and the images that we'll share with the world. But again, just thinking, the poetry and arts, here we're trying to come together. And in fact, I think there's not that much difference between science and art. I tell many people science is much more like art in that if we already knew all the answers, it wouldn't be science. And so it really is bringing together that trying to understand mysteries. So I wonder if you'd talk for a little bit about how arts can enhance our comprehension of discovery and as we embark on the unknown a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think that they need to be connected more, because I think that there is a level in which you were talking about reflection and resetting, right? And that's such a place where poetry lives. It lives in that place to reflect and reset. And I think that there's also a moment in which we aren't separated from our feelings. And yet sometimes we think that science and math and numbers are separate from that. But this, like we talked about the Clipper, is a human endeavor, right? This is an exploration of curiosity and wonder, and there's a team behind it that's making it happen. Since its inception, so many people have been thinking about this second moon, this particular place, and how to get there, all of these things. And I feel like that to me is so essential, because we forget sometimes when we're looking at maybe a completed spacecraft or a completed mission, and we see the collection of parts, or we see the completed mathematic equation. But someone did that. And I think poetry is always pointing back to the human behind the making of the thing, right? It's always about, how do we make something? What is our offering? And in that sense, I feel like it's really a wonderful connection, because it's not just about the final product. It's about the willingness to fail and to create, and then create again, and it's also an offering. You can write poems for yourself, and many people do. I write poems for myself. You might imagine I'm writing lots of secret poems right now that no one can see. But really, when a poem comes to life is when it is offered and it collides with another human soul. That's when the poem becomes complete. And I feel that is the sort of connection as well, is that there's a level in which it has to be offered out. It can't just be in the mind. It can't just be for the self, but it has to have a larger goal of connection.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And now I get to ask you a question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So now, how do you think the collaborations between artists and scientists can enhance our collective pursuit of knowledge and understanding? And I ask you that because I feel like as a poet, I can talk all day long about why I think poetry is important. But now tell me about poetry. No. But I would love to know how you see those things. And I know you have a deep history of it, of course, at NASA.
We do. In fact, we're always trying to reach out and get our information as far out as we can. In fact, we have a long history of trying to communicate beyond all of us here on Earth, going all the way back actually to one of our early spacecraft, the Pioneer missions, the Pioneer 10 and 11. Pioneer 10 actually launched in 1972. And this was an amazing spacecraft. It flew, was the first spacecraft to travel through the main asteroid belt, and it then was the first to fly by Jupiter, in fact, our first spacecraft. And it carried with it a plaque that had information on it that kind of recorded where we were in time and space at the time of that launch. And in fact, it's on the graphic up there. It's kind of hard to see through all the hardware, but it's back in the back there. That's what you've been looking at for a while. But that was kind of our first attempt to kind of reach out and say, if someone finds this spacecraft in the future, here's something to let you know where it came from, connect us back to Earth. And then, of course, the two Voyager spacecraft was another time that we, most people are probably familiar with these golden records that actually, again, tried to carry a message to anyone that might be out in space. And again, trying to broaden and think beyond just the science and the technology and the data and the bits and the bytes that get sent back to Earth. And we're still continuing this tradition today. In fact, we have a spacecraft that launched a couple of years ago called Lucy. And the Lucy spacecraft is going to study some special asteroids that are at a distance, Jupiter distance, but not going to Jupiter, these special asteroids out there at that distance. And the Lucy mission also is carrying a plaque. And this one I really like because it actually has some quotes from some of the greatest minds of our era, from philosophers and writers, musicians, poets. And so again, trying to make those connections between how we're all connected between the arts and between science, and another way for us to reach audiences that we might not typically meet if we were only talking to the scientists and the engineers and those that were really specifically interested in space. So I love that. And I also just wanted to say that, this line between science and art, I've already said, is a little blurry. And I think, the Message in a Bottle campaign that we have with Europa Clipper, sending a message from one water world to another, is a really good example of that and how it's so important to have creative minds and all the different people required to put one of these spacecraft together. It's not just the scientists and engineers, it's business managers and artists and just the whole collection of people, including our communications experts that are able to send our messages out. I did want to give a quick plug. There's another session here today, this afternoon, called NASA Vision by Design, which is really focused on our artists and our communication capability. So encourage people to take a look at that.
I love that. I know we have a video, which I'm very excited about, but I want to ask you a question before, to go back to the Europa Clipper. Okay, so all of these explorations sounds amazing. But one of the things that keeps coming up for me and that keeps being said about the Europa Clipper and about Europa in general is that it does have all of the ingredients for life.
Yeah.
And that it is a potentially habitable place. Can you talk a little bit more about that endeavor?
Exactly. Well, I think, Europa Clipper is actually a great example of us trying to get one step closer to answering the big question, the one that we all ask all the time. Are we alone in the universe? And we just take these incremental steps and we keep trying to get a little bit more information, a little more knowledge about, are we there? What does it really take? And going to some place like Europa is an opportunity to say, okay, does this place really have all the things that we think are needed for life? I already mentioned it's got water. We think water is important. Organic molecules, those building blocks for life that build up to turn into the life that we know here on Earth. And an energy source. Is there energy that drives some kind of a life cycle in that deep ocean? Maybe volcanoes at the base of the ocean that are providing thermal energy and chemical energy inside the ocean. So just one more step on our journey to trying to understand where we are. Before we run out of time, I want to make sure we get to another important part that I think is always important to talk about. And you mentioned in your opening remarks about kind of that sense of doubt and that sense of, oh my gosh, what did I say I was going to do? And will I be able to actually deliver something? And I just want to say that, from the NASA side and from the science side, that doubt, the fact that failure is always an option. We say sometimes it's not, but it happens, right? Yeah. And in fact, that's one of the most important things that we do as scientists and engineers is being able to learn from those failures. Yeah. You don't land on the moon or Mars without a lot of hard work and trial and error and things that happen, but you've got to put yourself out there in order to make that happen. So maybe you could talk a little bit more about how that plays into your world and if you had doubts as you were going forward writing your poem for Clipper.
I mean, making a poem to go to space, just saying that out loud is insane to me, was clearly hard. It was very difficult. It wasn't like, oh, I know exactly how this will go. I had very few parameters. One of the things was that it had to not be very long, as you might imagine. They couldn't create a second spacecraft to carry the rest of my poem. And I was really trying to focus on, who is this for? And I think one of the things that I kept getting confused about is that I feel as a writer and most of my life as a poet that I feel often very distrustful of the we. I wonder who the we includes. Is it representative of us all? Are women included? As a Latina woman, who are we included when we say we the people? I wonder. And so when I kept trying to write the drafts and drafts of this poem, I kept failing and trying to figure out what was happening. And I realized, this is a chance. There's a chance, really, that it is a we, that it has to be a we. And so I had to kind of soften my thinking about my distrust over we and realize how essential we is, the collective, for all of us, for humanity, and that it wasn't just including humans, that for me, the we includes all of life on Earth. And that was where the poem started to take off for me. And up until then, it was just draft after draft of essentially the worst poems you've ever read. And, even when I was working in form, the poems in tercets, the three felt essential to me. It felt like there needed to be a sort of energy that was unlocked with the three. So the poem began in tercets. And then what it really needed to do was to point back to the planet back to us. And that felt essential in making the poem. But there were so many drafts, and I've been asked, oh, do you want to share the drafts? I'm sure the Library of Congress would love to share the drafts. I'm always like, no. Perhaps when I'm no longer on the pale blue dot, we can see those drafts. But yeah, I think failure is really important for us as an artist and as human beings. Like, we have to know when to pivot. We have to know when something's not working. And I have a lot of poetry friends that always dislike the fact that I admit that I throw away things all the time. And when it's not working, I throw them away. I start again. And it's one of the reasons I decided to keep a notebook, so that I wasn't just tempted to constantly just delete or just toss away everything. No record. But yeah, I think failure is essential to making art. And I know it's essential to...
Oh, it's a big part of what we do every day. Every day. And don't worry, you are going to get to listen to Ada read the poem, but not yet. Not yet. First, I have a special surprise for you. We're going to unveil a special video that's just being released right now, here, today. Y'all will be the first ones to see it, that talks about this plaque that's going to carry Ada's poem. So if we can get that queued up, I'm hoping that it will play.
1, engine ignition.
There's a legacy of NASA spacecraft carrying inspirational messages from Earth, going back to the Pioneer plaque and the Voyager Golden Record. Now, Europa Clipper, a new mission from one ocean world to another, will continue this tradition. Because water connects our planet and Jupiter's moon Europa, all life as we know it, and all human cultures. A part of the spacecraft has been engraved with designs inspired by water and human connections. This metal plate is part of a structure that will protect the spacecraft's electronics from the threat of Jupiter's radiation. On one side of the plate is a design we call water words. These rippling lines represent recordings of the word for water in a diverse collection of human languages. The other side of the plate is a montage of elements that complete our message in a bottle. At the top is the Drake equation, a tribute to the visionary idea that the probability of finding life in the cosmos is something we can estimate. Next, these two lines represent radio frequencies emitted in space by molecules related to water, which have been considered an ideal place to search for interstellar communications, as suggested by some researchers. They represent our ability to use the language of science to search for signs of life. Next is a portrait of one of the founders of planetary science, Dr. Ron Greeley, whose early efforts to develop a Europa mission laid the foundation for Europa Clipper. At the heart of this message in a bottle is a poem in the handwriting of U.S. Poet Laureate Ada Limón. The poem connects the two water worlds. Earth, yearning to reach out and understand what makes a world habitable, and Europa, waiting with secrets yet to be explored. Finally, the bottle, orbited by the 4 largest moons of Jupiter, to which will be attached a microchip etched with more than 2.6 million names of those who signed on in the spirit of the poem as our message is sent on its voyage to Europa. As technically advanced as the spacecraft is, every part of it is made by people. And all of the markings on the plate are either handwritten, hand-drawn, or represent human voices and names. Because exploration is something we do together, something that connects us all as we head out into the cosmic sea.
All right. So hopefully you all saw at the very end, there was a little tagline that says, go to the website for Making Waves. It's called Make Waves. And that's where you can go and listen to all of those sound recordings of the word water in all the different languages. And now while you were watching that, I put on gloves so that I can pick this up and show you. Here's the plaque. So I will tell you, we talked about, how important it is to try and fail and try and go again. This is the trial version. Everything is on here. They wouldn't let me actually touch the one that's going into space.
They don't let us touch a lot of things at
There's
NASA.
a lot of things they don't let you touch.
This is what I've learned.
And even the practice version, I have to wear gloves. But here it is. Here's the words on one side and Ada's poem on the back. And you got to see this. Not everybody's going to get to see what this actually looks like. Oops. They'll never let me touch it. But how cool is that? It's right here in Austin, Texas. So very cool. So with that, we are going to cap off this section with Ada reading her poem, and then I brought my tissue so I can cry, because I do every time I listen to it. And then we're going to take a few questions until we get to the top of the hour. So hopefully those have been submitted through the website, and we will, oh, they're starting to pop up. So Ada, I'm going to hand it over to you to read, and I'm ready.
I just also want to say that this is so cool. It's so cool. And we were talking about failure before, and I forgot to tell you that you can imagine it was one thing writing the poem, but then they said, we would like it in your own handwriting, please send it in your own handwriting. And I don't know what sort of strange confidence beast was in me that thought I could just hammer it out in my own handwriting, no big deal. And if I thought the poem draft itself took 19 drafts, imagine just writing a card to someone and screwing up the I or whatever you were doing in cursive. And I think that I feel like it took me 3 hours to finally get the version of the handwriting that actually is now here etched into the vault plate. So, the hand cramp at the end of the day. I'm going to stand to read this poem. In Praise of Mystery, a poem for Europa. Arching under the night sky, inky with black expansiveness, we point to the planets we know. We pin quick wishes on stars. From Earth, we read the sky as if it is an unerring book of the universe, expert and evident. Still, there are mysteries below our sky. The whale song, the songbird singing its call in the bough of a wind-shaken tree. We are creatures of constant awe, curious at beauty, at leaf and blossom, at grief and pleasure, sun and shadow. And it is not darkness that unites us, not the cold distance of space, but the offering of water. Each drop of rain, each rivulet, each pulse, each vein. O second moon, we too are made of water, of vast and beckoning seas. We too are made of wonders, of great and ordinary loves, of small, invisible worlds, of a need to call out through the dark. Thank you. Right there.
Yeah. I am serious. I get choked up every time I listen to it. Yeah, we too are made of water. It's a glorious, glorious testament to all the amazing things that we're doing. So we do have a couple questions here. Let's see. The first one I think might actually kind of go to both of us. As a woman artist working in aerospace, what do you think professionals can do to inspire/empower young people to go into creative art jobs in a STEM field? So I'd like your perspective, and then maybe I can reflect a little as well.
Yeah, one thing that I feel very passionately about is that I really don't believe that we always have to choose one thing. I think that there's a certain amount of thinking that is like, well, if you do this, you commit to that forever, and everything else that you've done in your life sort of falls by the wayside. And I actually think that for the most part, to be a complete and whole human being, you have to embrace all the many sides of you that are interested in many different things. And I think that that is the better thing to hold in your heart as you move forward in whatever artistic or scientific pursuit that you're interested in, is that you can be interested in many, many different things, to not close your mind off to other avenues because you're passionate about one thing.
Yeah, no, I love that. I think all of us, in fact, most of the scientists and engineers that I work with have many, many passions and many, many interests. And I think that's so important. But I get a lot of opportunities to speak with school children, all the way up through high school and even entering college. And a lot of them say, I love NASA, I'm so inspired by what you do, but there's no place for me in NASA because I'm really not that great at math or science. And I say, we're not all scientists and engineers. In fact, there's no way we could launch the spacecraft that we launch if we were only scientists and engineers. It takes every single person's capabilities to come together to make us successful. And if we did all the great science and no one knew about it, that wouldn't be very great either. So having people in communications and in fields of art, that amazing video was created by artists out at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. We have incredible artists that work within NASA that help to communicate our story and help to communicate all of our science to everyone, to as broad of an audience as we can. So I would always encourage anyone that is an artist that has an interest in science and technology, stick with it. There are plenty of great opportunities there. Let's see, let's take another question. When we think about fiction and future, it usually comes in the form of dystopia. How important is it to build narratives of a desirable future? And this is from Paula in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, I find that most of the time when we read futuristic novels, that future is pretty dire. And I think that I've been laughing with my other writer friends that we've said the apocalypse so many times in our poems that we've conjured it. So we have to be careful. And I think that one of the big things that I take away is that actually surrendering to despair is the easier choice. It is harder to have hope and to have wonder and to lean into curiosity and think about what might be possible. And that to me feels like the true effort and the true purpose for being, is to lean into hope when there feels like there can be so little of it in a lot of the models that were shown in terms of our fiction or in terms of a lot of what we're told about what might happen in the future. So for me, I think that hope is hard, but it's hard won. And I, for one, think that we have to collectively make an effort to envision a different possible future. And if we don't do that, and instead we choose to give up, how dangerous that will look like. That will be so dangerous. And so I think actually it's the only choice we have, is to have hope.
Cool. Great answer. I really like this next question, Ada. As a software engineer and a former aspiring writer for film and TV, I've noticed that both engineers and artists get writer's block. How do you tackle that?
I'm very lucky in a lot of ways. For the most part, I don't have a poem due for NASA in my life. And so I am, I'll say that I actually think that we live in a world where we're thinking about perpetually making something, that it's always about production. And I actually think that artists need to step back and to embrace silence and receive the world. And there are moments where we actually are not supposed to be creating. We're supposed to be listening and receiving and reading and watching and going for walks and absorbing the world. And how can you even receive the world if you're constantly putting something in it, right? There needs to be a moment where we stop making in order to bring that next thing into fruition. And so I believe in rest. I believe that rest is radical. I think that we need to take moments to be completely at peace with silence and not making something. And that in that silence and in that rest, the next thing will come.
Yeah, oh, that's great. I'm going to give Ada a rest here. I'll take one here. It says, do you ever get concerned about private space travel doing to other planets what is happening to Earth? And how does that reflect in the art? And how does it reflect, I'm going to guess, in what we're doing as well? So I think we're really about to embark on a new age of space exploration, which to me is incredibly exciting. I don't know how many people know that I think there were 6 attempts to land on the moon over the last year. Did anybody know that? See if I can name them here now. We had 2 from the United States, 2 commercial companies just recently attempted to land on the moon. One of them landed softly, which was nice. The Japanese had a commercial company that tried to land on the moon, and that one landed hard. And then the Japanese Space Agency landed. They had a nice soft landing. Russia tried to land, hard landing, and the Indian Space Agency landed softly. So to me, this is incredible. We have a global community now that's very interested in going to the moon. We have commercial companies that are interested in going to the moon. I do think that it is important that we, as humanity, take very seriously, as Ada said before, nature doesn't stop at the edge of Earth. It goes beyond. And the planets around us, the other places in our solar system, are also part of our nature. And so we absolutely want to preserve those and preserve the ability to do science and the ability to enjoy them as amazing natural objects. So we are trying as NASA to try and set at least an ideal for how to be respectful in that exploration, and hopefully bring other nations and other explorers along with us. But I do think it's an amazing thing to think that 60 years ago we hadn't begun exploring the solar system, and now we are starting to actually see more of the world starting to get beyond Earth. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. So I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
No, I mean, I think that, I know personally as an artist, my first thought, and as someone who, considers herself a climate activist, there was a first moment I was like, oh no, will my poem be space junk? And I think you worry about that. I think it's something to talk about. So I really appreciate the question, because I do think we have to, there needs to be guardrails in place in which we're not just protecting our planet, but beyond, because we're having so much more access to space now.
Yeah, no, that's great. All right, we're getting close to the end, only a couple minutes left. I think I'll take one more here that says, will any of the photography from the Europa mission actually have art as its objective? So that's a really great question.
I love that question.
Yeah, and so while we maybe don't actually take a photo just to take an art picture, I can guarantee you there will be some incredibly artistic images that will come from the Europa Clipper mission. I will note that we actually have a mission at Jupiter today, and you can look this up online. There's a mission called Juno, and it is carrying a camera that is actually not a science instrument. It is sole purpose is for public outreach. It is a public outreach camera, and it has taken some amazingly beautiful images of Jupiter. They're not processed by the science team, they're made available to the entire world, and there's a whole community of what we call citizen scientists who take those images and they process them and turn them into incredible pieces of art. And if you haven't seen them yet, you really should look those up. And I feel confident that with Europa Clipper, I think there's art in all of our science. There's art everywhere around us in everything that we can look at with the instruments from Europa Clipper. So really looking forward to it. So I think with that, Ada, I think we've about used up our time. I know there's folks ready to go to the next session.
I just wanted to end with this quote because I actually wrote it down and it fit nowhere in what I was talking about today, but I thought, oh, when we had that question about hope, I was thinking this is one of my favorite quotes, and being that it's International Women's Day and being with you on stage, and just as we move forward and maybe hold this with you throughout the day, which is a quote by Angela Davis, you have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time.
Love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should I?
I could see past my love. I could see past my love.
How cute is Sarah's baby?
Oh, adorable, those tiny toes. How cute is she gonna be with a pedicure with itty bitty little dots of nail polish? Do you know what makes me jealous? Babies don't give a fuck. Literally, they have 0 fucks to give. They will take a shit anywhere. In a restaurant with a hot guy in the room, in a new place. I wish I could be that free.
Okay, don't judge me for saying this, but doesn't it feel like babies are a little holier than thou? Like, I met one the other day in the 98th percentile for height, and it had really gone to her head.
I love babies. I mean, don't get me wrong, but
No, they're totally in it for themselves, right?
yes, it does feel a little one-sided. A little bit.
I know, it's like I'm making sure that you're getting your Cheerios every morning, and it just doesn't go both ways.
No, I could be wearing an amazing necklace and the baby will just straight up shove it in his mouth.
I know, it's like have some respect. As adults, we're always treating them to stuff. And I know, you don't have an income or fully developed neck muscles.
But it's the thought that counts. You could, you could at least reach for the check.
Exactly.
Yeah. And every time I take them to a restaurant, they are so loud. I'm like, babies, you're making a spectacle. Look around you. Be conscious.
It's like, I know you only know 2 words, but that doesn't mean we can't have an intelligent discussion about feminism.
Right? Let's just say it. Babies can't dance. They're waving themselves around. It's like, baby, you can't dance. You're like a fat little drunk.
Wasted.
I love my babies. It's just they're so full of shit. I mean, literal shit. They poop a lot.
And they can go through up to 12 diapers a day.
I'm kind of jealous of how regular they are.
And it's not like you can pawn them off to a daycare and let them diaper them up for you.
Oh, hell no. They turn you away at daycare if you don't BYOD.
Julie, it's BYOB.
Oh, no. Daycare's like a bad house party. BYOD, bring your own diapers.
And diapers are expensive. They cost 70 to 80 bucks per month. And it's not like the government is helping you out with that.
You're not getting assistance from babies either.
I know, it's like, oh, let me guess, you forgot your wallet, babies? Or you don't have a Venmo account? It's like, why don't you just say you're not gonna pay me back to my face?
Right, baby. You don't understand the concept of money. It's called capitalism. Get with it.
Yeah, get it together, babies.
And you're embarrassing yourselves.
Good morning and welcome to South by Southwest. As a reminder, during the Q&A, please remember to ask questions through the Engage button on the session page in the South by Southwest Go app. Please welcome to the stage Julie Bowen, Kelly Sawyer-Patrikoff, and Nora Weinstein.
Good morning, good day, good afternoon. I forgot I swore so much in that video. Motherfucker. Hi, I'm Julie Bowen, and I am a board member for Baby to Baby, and this is Kelly Sawyer-Patrikoff and Nora Weinstein, co-CEOs of Baby to Baby, which, for those of you who don't know, we're going to talk about today. I've been a board member there for 10 years, and when I started out, it was literally a 600 square foot, like, not really a warehouse, kind of a room, I would say. And we would literally drive around and pick up stuff from local schools or people's garages, gently used baby necessities that other people didn't need anymore because rich people get too much and people in need get nothing. So we went from that to Nora and Kelly taking this to what Time 100 has called a most influential company, and Fast Company has called the most innovative nonprofit in the world. That's really impressive. So let's just get to the facts and figures. Kelly, tell us about Baby to Baby. Let's hear the stats, the impact. Go.
Okay, go. So Baby to Baby's mission is to provide children living in poverty with basic essentials. So that's diapers, clothing, formula, food, everything that you need for a baby and that we feel babies deserve. We have distributed over 375 million items in the past 10 years, and we've distributed that to 1 million children across the country. So all 50 states, and we will continue to do so. There's a lot more need. So
there's always more need. And speaking of need, as you saw in that delightfully rollickingly inappropriate video, but was trying to highlight the point that babies are and always will be full of poop and will always need diapers. Nora, will you tell us about the diaper need?
Yes. So diapers from day one have been the most important item that we distribute. And it's because, as you saw in the video, they are exorbitantly expensive. 1 in 2 families in this country are now struggling to afford diapers for their families. They have no government assistance, and they cost up to 14% of a low-income family's after-tax income. And families who can't afford them are using unimaginable substitutes like newspapers and towels for their babies. In response to that, Baby to Baby's mission is to donate as many diapers as possible. We have donated 40 million diapers last year alone. We've also started to manufacture them ourselves because the need is so insatiable. So during COVID, we began to take the middleman out of the process and manufacture them ourselves, and that is how we've been able to give out so many. But there is no patting ourselves on the back because we have 1.5 billion diaper requests this year that we can never
1.5 B with B billion in the United States alone?
Billion, just from the 1 million children we serve.
That is bananas. And at every board meeting, every gala, which we'll get to in a minute, they always show a video where there's always an impactful moment, and the entire board and angels, everybody is a mother. And the idea of washing out a diaper in a bus station sink or taping paper towel onto a baby is always the moment where you can hear the wallets open. And they should. It's a gut punch if you've ever had a baby, which all of the board angels and members have. So Kelly, speaking of celebrities and board members, tell us about the first time that you realized the power of celebrity in achieving your goals.
So going back to that 600 square foot warehouse in the very beginning, not a warehouse as you called it, a room.
A room.
It was
not a huge room either.
It was Nora and myself and our one intern. And we were like, okay, we have to announce ourselves as the CEOs. We're going to have an event to announce ourselves. Let's invite 25 impressive women and have them come and say, we're the CEOs of Baby to Baby, and see if we get the word out there. So we begged and borrowed, and we got people to donate alcohol. We got a space donated. We had a publicist friend who came, who had a photographer friend come, and just sort of pulled together all of these favors. And Jessica Alba and Nicole Richie came to the party. There was a photograph of them the next week in Us Weekly magazine. And underneath the photo, it said, Jessica Alba and Nicole Richie attend the Baby to Baby event. We're sitting in our 600 square foot room, and we get a call, and it's Huggies. And they're like, hi, we saw your photo in Us Weekly. We'd love to throw an event with you, and we'd love to donate 100,000 diapers and $100,000. And we're just like, what? Like, this is insane. And we're playing it cool, and we're like, sure, we'd love to have an event with you. And they're like, do you accept pallets? And we're like, yeah, we accept pallets. We're Googling, what is a pallet? What is a pallet? And then they're like, do you have forklifts? And we're like, of course we have forklifts, yes. And we're Googling, like, where can you rent a forklift? So that 100,000 diapers showed up on a huge truck, and Nora and I got on the truck in our high heels with our intern and had to unload it ourselves. Luckily, we had the nicest truck driver ever, and he helped us. But those diapers flew out the door within 24 hours, 100,000 diapers out the door because the need was so great. So that was something that was a light bulb, but also the light bulb was the power of celebrity. Jessica Alba and Nicole Richie's picture that said Baby to Baby brought in 100,000 diapers and $100,000. And we were like, wait, maybe we're onto something here. I feel like we live in LA and there's a lot of celebrity moms, so let's go with that.
Yeah, and so you've managed then to put together a board, as I was mentioning before. There's the old dinosaurs like me, but then there's all the way to moms who, Mindy Kaling, Kerry Washington, Jen Garner, Drew Barrymore, Nicole Richie, all these people are board and angels. And as this panel is called, Leveraging Celebrities for Impact, how do we help and be really nice?
Yeah.
How am I saving the world?
Oh, yes. Okay, I have my Julie speech to give, but I will start with all 75 of what we call our angels, which is an extension of a board of directors. And there's many celebrity moms, as you mentioned. There are not only actresses, there are CEOs in their own rights, there are all types of women on it that are fundraising for us and serving as our ambassadors. But the most unique thing about this group is that they're not names on a piece of paper. And as you can see today, they show up for us. And they show up in all kinds of ways. Some of them come to our distributions, they come to our warehouse, they bring their children to volunteer, they get their schools involved, they call their company contacts. They really help in whichever way we say is most helpful, and we take advantage of that. So take someone like a Kim Kardashian. Not only is she giving us millions of dollars, but she's giving us hundreds of thousands of items from Skims so that mothers that we serve during Mother's Day get to have that.
And
I know Julie wants to say something about this.
Countless eyeballs. So many eyeballs.
Yes, yes. But and she was our honoree a few years ago at our gala. But the thing is that this list is not one person or two people. It is this extensive list of women: Jen Garner, Kerry Washington, Jessica Alba, Nicole Richie, Julie, of course, Olivia Wilde. The list just goes on. And so companies call us all year long, but we could use many more phone calls. So please don't have that stop any companies in the room. And they ask us, they want access to these amazing women. And they want them to post on social media. They want them to attend an event. They want them to design a collection of pajamas. And we negotiate these deals, which with all of the proceeds benefiting Baby to Baby. And so we really see it as a win-win-win with these angels. And these deals, the brands want affiliation with our mission, and their employees and customers care deeply about it. The celebrities feel like they can do something in their busy lives that's going to help children in need that they care so much about as well. And Baby to Baby is raising hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to grow our program and buy more diapers and do what we're doing. So the lion's share of our funds are coming from these incredible corporate relationships due to the celebrity angels.
And you make it easy. You make it incredibly easy. I'll talk a little bit later about how easy you make it. But you do, if you guys, I assume, are corporations that are just my stalker. Are you here? The asks that a regular corporation will ask of you, and they're sneaky and they're endless, and Baby to Baby is very, very straightforward. Everybody leaves feeling better than they came in. You feel like you actually did something good that day, and you never find out later. They're like, oh, and would you mind if you did 1,500 selfies? And no, they can't be vertical. We changed our mind, they have to be. Kind of stuff that makes you bananas. There's the, what's it called? The toolkit.
The social media toolkit.
Social media toolkit. Let me tell you, if you're sending out a social media toolkit to a celebrity, there's tears before bedtime, is what you're ensuring. We're very simple, and we don't want to read a toolkit. Okay, so let me talk about one of my favorite things that I got to do with you guys, which was go up to Sacramento to talk to Governor Gavin Newsom, about the diaper tax, because it's redonkulous. Diapers are taxed like a luxury item. So, Nora, you want to talk about that more? Okay.
I want to talk about that forever, because it is so outrageous to us that diapers are taxed on top of what we've been talking about, how expensive they are already. They are also subject to sales tax.
But what are the things that aren't taxed?
So most food isn't taxed. So we say, apples are not taxed, Diet Coke is not taxed, diapers are taxed. And we like to talk about with other parents, there is no parent in the world that will say that a diaper or a dirty diaper is a luxury item. So we think that should be universally agreed upon. So we spent years advocating to get this tax removed. And finally, we were successful a few years ago in 2020 to have it repealed in California. So in 2020, diapers became tax-free in California. 10 states have followed suit since, but 26 states continue to tax diapers. Now, what your role in that was really special, because we had been up to Sacramento before you, and we saw what difference that made, but the way that you opened doors was the change maker. We walked in, all of the staffers whispered and came out of their rooms, and all of a sudden the cafeteria was full because they heard that Julie Bowen was in the building. And especially because, as we're saying, our ambassadors are so, like you, are learned in the subject and had done your homework, you could testify with us, and it moved the needle. It's what made the difference, and we were able to be successful.
I'm so flattered that you think I made the difference. And I have to say, though, the way it was framed, you made it easy. I did not feel that there was this enormous amount of pressure. I was given talking points and stuff to study if I wanted to, but I knew that my job was really just to believe that a tax on diapers is not a good thing. That's all I had to keep saying. And it was made so simple. And I can't tell you again, if you are a corporation trying to leverage celebrity, make it simple. Let them use their own words. Don't make them do media training where they sound like robots, because then you just milk the cow and there's nothing left. I'm the cow, I guess. So I'm very honored that I could help open the door. So you got the legislative, straightforward side of advocacy, but then you also do fun campaigns and funny ones, like you guys saw the ones with me and Nicole. You did one with Gwyneth Paltrow. There are no other Gwyneths, people. There's only one. So with Gwyneth and Goop, can you talk about that one?
Yeah. So Gwyneth and Goop and Baby to Baby partnered to create the diaper. The diaper, I don't know if you ever saw it, was a luxury diaper. It was made with rhinestones and alpaca fur, and it cost $120 for one pack. And people went bananas. Like, the internet was going crazy. Gwyneth Paltrow, how could she do this? She's so tone deaf. What's wrong with her? It was this crazy outpouring of outrage. And that's what it was meant to be. So it was going on and on for 24 hours, and we're in the background going like, Gwyneth, do you think you should tell them that it's a stunt now? Because you're really getting raked over the coals. And she was like, no, it's fine. Like, keep the outrage up. I love it. It's fine. And finally, the reveal came, and it was like, I'm actually doing this because it's ridiculous, and it is an outrage that diapers are taxed like a luxury item, and people should pay attention to it, and people did, because Gwyneth Paltrow was involved. So another way we use celebrity. But it was our first stunt. It made us very nervous, even though our name wasn't mentioned until the after. But afterwards, it was like Baby to Baby is, trying to advocate to remove sales tax from diapers. Please join us. And you could go on our website and Goop's website, and you could reach out to your lawmaker in your own state, and you could, try and do something about it. So using Gwyneth in that way and Goop in that way and partnering was sort of a fun way that we took a different angle on it.
It was really brilliant because it didn't try to make Gwyneth into something else. I couldn't be Gwyneth. Gwyneth couldn't be me. Like, we're all different. And in saying Gwyneth is misunderstood and everybody blames her for being out of touch, lean into it, and God bless her for having a sense of humor about that.
The best sense of humor.
And no fear at all.
Did not care at all.
It was real dicey when you first saw the diaper. You're like, oh no, she's lost it. And
I had friends texting me being like, is this real? Yeah. Without even knowing Baby to Baby was involved, being like, this is nuts. What is she doing?
But that's a great example of you guys. I know that was a scary one, but of letting a celebrity be who they are and letting them go as far as they feel comfortable with going. That really came from her. I mean, I don't know who came up with the idea, but it was presented as if it was coming from her social media team and her people. And then when it came in with the rescue, thank God. Can you imagine if it was real? It was incredible, and that's an incredible use of the celebrities you have access to. Another thing you do that is awesome, and if any of you are ever in LA in November, is our annual gala, the Baby to Baby Gala, which Vogue has called the West Coast Met Ball. And it kind of is, because you can't even get a dress anymore. Like, you could try and get dressed, they're like, ooh, we've pulled all those every year these women find a celebrity mom to honor, and there are many of them. Last year was Salma Hayek, the year before Kim Kardashian, the year before that,
Vanessa Bryant.
Oh God, Vanessa Bryant. Oh, that's right. Oh, that was a weepy one. I mean, but it's always weepy. It's always beautiful. It is such a fun night. It is splashy and huge, and you're sitting next to politicians and rock stars and sports stars, and it is a really fun night, and there's always a lot of money raised, and that money is 60% of the operating budget. But one of the most important things to say about that night is the whole thing is covered by the sponsors, because you walk in and you go, guys, maybe spend a little less money on the parties and a little more on the diapers and you'd be fine. Every single bit of the money raised that night goes into the operating budget, and that's really important. Because I know some people say to me, like, why do you still go out there and raise money for them? They obviously have enough to throw this party. And I'm like, no, without sponsors, corporate sponsorships.
Anyone?
That's right. I'm just going to let it sit there. Without corporate sponsorships, it just wouldn't be possible. But it's a win-win because I every year go, put me wherever you want. Put me whatever table you want. Like, who do you want me to talk to? I'll talk to anybody. I talked to shoe people one year. I talked to hedge funders the next. I don't care. It's a fun night. And if they're going to dig deep or they're going to be sponsors for us, hallelujah. Let's have at it. Sorry, I didn't let you say how much money they raised. Nora, do you want to say something?
We can keep talking about it. We'll say it again. We raised $12 million last year, but it's not enough, and we want to raise more and more. And I think, people think, as you explain, it is such a glossy and fancy party, and the food is amazing, and it's the best chefs cooking, and the fashion's incredible. But Kelly and I sit there just thinking, this is just all business, because we are sitting watching the ticker of how much we're raising, and we know that there's this wait list of millions of children to get items for us. We know that there's going to be more natural disasters. We know that there's going to be that homelessness is rising, and based on what we raise that night, we're going to be able to serve so many more of them. So in all the fun and fancy, it's our most important day of the year. It's what we work so hard 364 other days is to pay our bills that night. It's, as you said, 60% of our operating budget, and it couldn't be more important. So we don't take it lightly, and we're so good to our sponsors, I think, because we know that anyone who's adding to this, I think you'll talk more about the sponsors, but we let people know, and our angels who are so amazing, we let them know, you don't need to be nice to every company in the world. Here's the list of 5. Be nice to them.
I have been sitting next to the shoe people every year, and I don't have to be nice to them?
Yes, we are placing you where you need to go, that we need shoes. So if anyone has any, please come our way.
Now, how do the sponsorships actually work, though, Kelly?
So as Julie said, the sponsors cover the entire cost of the night. So when we're Julie's standing on the stage, she raises money the night of. Thank you, Julie. Not the easiest job, but she's so good at it. But we can say every flower, every fork, this venue, everything you're eating is covered by the sponsors, so that every dollar raised here tonight goes towards Baby to Baby and the children we serve. That's so important to us. That's so important to the board and angels. That's so important to our donors. So that's a big part of what we do. So those sponsors, we ride or die for. So those, we're not kidding around. So whether you're a jewelry company, like we'll have every celebrity that we can get to be wearing your jewelry. They will show up, they will be on the red carpet, they'll be like, look at my blah, blah, blah jewelry, because they know that those sponsors are covering the cost that night. They'll wear a dress. Prada sponsored one year, and you were in a Prada dress, and so were a bunch of other women. So it's just, that night, we're just putting our board and angels out there as our ambassadors, and they are doing whatever we need them to do, because they also know how important it is.
But that goes to even the smaller events. We'll do an event, a Christmas giveaway, which is amazing. They bring in busloads of children. I mean, I could spend a whole hour talking about it, but it's really hands-on, and as much as these galas are incredible and fun, some of the hands-on stuff is just my favorite. Going to the warehouse, you can volunteer with your family, you can bring your kids. My son is volunteering today, I think.
Yeah.
Monday.
Without me. But there are these Christmas events where they bring in all these kids, and they they get these huge sacks and they can go around to different stations. And this last year was sponsored by Frame, the clothing company. So every celebrity there was wearing Frame, head to toe. We didn't ask a question. It wasn't like, I don't think I'm going to wear Frame. It's like, yes.
Yes, because they're paying for the event.
So they're getting these
Exactly.
photos are impactful in every single way. And we're like, hell yes, I'll wear Frame. I'll wear an itchy sweater if you want me to. It was cashmere and it was fabulous. But I'll wear whatever, and as will every other celebrity, because we know how important it is to support so that Baby to Baby can just get to the business of taking care of these children, and all of the fun and the flashy part is paid for by the sponsors.
And you'll post on social media, and you'll go on stage and thank the sponsor from the stage to the whole room. Like, you do it all.
So the last, every year at the gala, I watch you, and you guys are elegant. You're like ducks, calm up top, paddling under the water. But I went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner a few years ago when President Obama, it was the year that he slipped off right after the dinner to go to the war room because they were finalizing the attack on Osama bin Laden. And he was calm, cool, and collected, and then slipped off, knowing the whole time what was coming. And I look at these women every year at that, and it is there that every year they know that they don't know where the next disaster is coming from. They don't know where the next flood, fire, request is coming from. There have been so many, and as we all know, there's only going to be more. And that then has become Baby to Baby's disaster relief program. You've distributed over 50 million items to children impacted by fires, floods, hurricanes, and other emergency situations. Here in Texas, quite a few. Nora, tell us about the program, how it's grown.
So the program actually started in Texas. It started with Hurricane Harvey, and our team came to visit and saw what was needed. And since then, I think the reason it's been so successful and grown so fast is that we really uncovered a hole, which was children's needs in a disaster, and particularly children in poverty. So there are so many amazing organizations that are helping in a disaster, and we all see it on the news. People are rushing to help, and people care so deeply. Our donors, people in general, do care so deeply in a disaster. But it's very adult-focused. If you saw at the Astrodome in Houston, they are military-style cots for adults. The hygiene kits have razors in them. There are no toys, there aren't cribs for babies, and there certainly aren't diapers. So we have established this program that is wholly dedicated to the needs of children and families during a disaster. And we know that if water is contaminated, that means that families can't make formula. And we are just looking out specifically for them. And it has hit a nerve with people, and that program just continues to grow. And as you said, sadly, the disasters continue, and we keep growing that program to help children and families in need.
Recently, and very notably during the Maui wildfires, I think everybody knew, either it was urban legend or just spread across the internet, that Matthew and Camilla, Matthew McConaughey and his wife Camilla gave the use of a plane to send $1 million worth of supplies to the children impacted by the fires. It's the kind of thing that makes you go, oh my God, that's amazing, what a generous person. I don't have to do anything. It's taken care of. Kelly, talk about that. Talk about how you utilize that kind of celebrity help to leverage you get more.
So they've been involved for years. Camilla Alves McConaughey, she is an angel as well. And when they came to us to talk about, okay, we want to help, what can we do? Well, no one could get a plane in right away. In the beginning, it was really impossible. But you know who can? Matthew McConaughey. He can. So we loaded up that plane full of supplies. We actually had partners on the ground in Hawaii previously. So we were already in contact with people on the ground, and we knew exactly what they wanted. So another way we go about our disaster relief is we make sure that we're getting the exact requests from people on the ground. And we were able to load that cargo plane, send it in. But then, not only were we able to do that, But because this video of Matthew and his son went viral, then everyone else wanted to donate. So then, $10, $20, these donations just started rolling in, and it added up, and now we've been able to send 1.5 million items to families in Maui affected by the fires. But because of these, social media moments that happen, not only did they post that, but Miranda Kerr posted, Olivia Wilde posted, everybody reposted it, all of our celebrity board and angels posted. And that just raised funds, raises awareness, has a lot of corporations seeing it, then a diaper company, a formula company, a crib company, a shoe company, clothing company, they're reaching out to us being like, oh, you're able to get stuff into Maui? We want to send stuff into Maui, just because companies do want to do good, and we're able to facilitate that for them. So that was really something that just went viral to the benefit of the families we serve.
So I'm sure other companies in the audience want to know how you get celebrities to say yes, and I wanted to talk particularly about why I would say yes. But one of the things that you guys do, and I think it might be a total lie, and I buy it every time, is that you'll say, Huggies wants to throw a tea, like an afternoon thing with X, Y, and Z, and they asked for you and only you. And immediately you go, oh, yes. Of course they didn't ask for me and only me, but I'm like, okay. If it was me and only me. But it is very flattering, A. B, you keep it really, like I said before, it's very straightforward. I don't go show up to it was often a green carpet, it's different color carpets now, where I am being asked, once again, to do a lot of sneaky B-roll or, hold up a product and sound cheesy. It's all very organic, and Nora and Kelly pay attention to the things that the celebrities like to do and are good at doing, and they lean into that. If there's a guy from a company called Cadoodle, his name's Neil Grunninger. He's this sweet Canadian dude with deep pockets. We are hoping they get deeper, Neil. We love you. And
Hi, Neil.
Hi, Neil. I mean, he's awesome. Every time I see him now at an event at Madison Square Garden or at the gala or at the Christmas party, I'm just like, hey. And it's very organic and easy, and I know that I can talk to him and that we can grow organic partnerships like that. So, Nora, what is your secret sauce?
First of all, it is true. No. Huggies did want you and you only.
I thought she'd forget.
And we do get so many requests, as you can imagine, for Julie, which is why she's here. But that does speak to the fact we are very lucky in that there are so many women on our board. And we try to call on them for what makes most sense for them. So companies do call and say, can we have someone with a brand new baby, because we're a formula company, so it has to be someone with an infant. Or they say, can we have America's favorite mom, because we care about mothers on Mother's Day. So we do ask people for what the companies do often give us an order of, a list of who they want first, and it is often Julie, and that was true. But in general, we try to do a few things. We try to, I'm glad you appreciate it, we do try to think about what we would say yes to. So we wouldn't ask these women who we admire and we consider friends that have done so much for Baby to Baby, we wouldn't ask them to post something that we wouldn't post on our own private Instagrams, or that seemed embarrassing, or that seemed, that took advantage of them in any way. We do try to be very careful about that. We also try to be direct, and we know how busy these women are, and they are filming, and they are mothers themselves, and they run giant companies, and so we know that the asks need to be short and concise and direct, and we try to prioritize which asks to bring them, and only the best ones get to them. And then we always make sure to connect with the impact. So aside from saying this company wants you, we want you to know when you're spending a day in hair and makeup, out of your day job, where you're filming, where you're getting paid, that the $300,000 we're getting from Cadoodle is going to allow us to do what? To buy 3,000 strollers, because our top needed item right then is strollers, to manufacture 30,000 more diapers, because diapers are the need of the homeless population at that time. And we let you know, so you know that you're
Right,
doing
so
it
we
for a
leave
reason.
feeling good. Even if we're tired, we feel good. We know that that day was spent doing good, and I can fall asleep that night imagining 3,000 strollers.
Right, and we find that then that's what makes the women go above and beyond. So often a sponsor says, can the person take one picture? And they take two, or can they shout our name out and they also write about it and do extra videos, because people, they care. I think the difference is how much they care, and when we can connect them to a celebrity who cares about baby to baby, they're going to care about their company, and it's going to shine through.
It's a really organic connection, and sometimes it's harder to find in a straight up financial endorsement deal, if that's what you're looking for. But if you find somebody who genuinely connects to the product, it makes it a lot easier. And don't ask them to do all their own social media, because it's terrible. So Kelly, what can people do here who want to get involved?
Well, I think some people ask us, oh, you have so many celebrity women involved, and I'm not a celebrity, what can I do? But we also have CEOs involved. Michaeline DeJoria of Paul Mitchell sponsors our gala, also donates millions of hygiene items to us, is such an amazing support, and also gives us advice as a fellow CEO. Emma Greed, the CEO of Good American, she also donates, financially, also donates, jeans and things for moms that moms would love to have who wouldn't otherwise be able to have Good American. So there's different ways that we work with companies, but companies sponsor our events, sponsor our gala. We are really apt at being able to get social media, done for you. If you're looking for a celebrity post and you want to make a donation to Baby, come to us instead of to the agents, because we might get you a better deal. So there's a million ways that companies can support. Obviously, every nonprofit needs money, but we also are really interested in in-kind donations, which I think a lot of nonprofits are not. So in-kind donations go a really long way for us, especially in the categories that we need, like diapers, hygiene, clothing.
Yeah, every year when we get together to do, there's always some event where we're packaging up stuff for, let's say it's for the winter giveaway around the holidays, and there will be pallets and pallets of, let's say they're jackets from Old Navy, or there are little plushie toys from whatever company it is. All of those have just been donated, and we spend time wrapping them up, putting them in age-appropriate backpacks for foster care, or for kids being taken out of houses in the middle of the night, or emergency situations with a blanket. But all of that, those are in-kind donations?
Those are all the in-kind donations, and also when people are volunteering and they see that Old Navy jacket or those Janie and Jack pajamas, and they're packaging it up in a bundle for a foster care child or a baby leaving the NICU, they're looking at it and being like, wow, this company's so generous and incredible. Yeah. How nice that they donated this to Baby. Right. So it really is like a win-win across the board, because we do have volunteer sessions happening all the time where people are packing up these donations. So that just makes the company look even better.
We gave out $65 million worth of donated product last year.
65 million?
Yes.
But what's the need? There's more.
There's never enough.
Countless,
right? We truly could serve millions more children.
Yeah.
And what we have flies out the door. But it was a good year.
No, it's great. It's always great, and we want to celebrate how much you guys have done, but I never want people to think, oh, it's over, don't worry, Matthew McConaughey's got it.
Well, with requests for 1.5 billion diapers, that is a need we're not meeting. We distributed 40 million this year, so.
And how many did you guys produce yourselves this year?
So now that we're manufacturing our own diapers, we're able to produce them for 80% less than retail and distribute 5 times as many. So of the 40 million diapers we will give out this year, we will produce and donate 35 million of them, and the rest will be donated by
35 million will be you guys, 5 million will be from other
corporations.
Corporations, and the need is for 1.5 billion?
Yes.
So we're not scratching the surface.
Got it. That is really important to know, because I take this question all the time. You get put on beautiful dresses and you go there and they raise $12 million in a night. What the hell else do they need? And I'm like, everything. Because there's babies everywhere.
We would be unafraid of a $100 million donation, anything. There is truly no amount that we couldn't handle. I think we've spent a decade building up our logistics system so that now it's just about turning the lever. If we get more funds, we will give out more diapers, we will give out more products, we're ready.
And you guys now have trucks and distribution, and you've gotten to areas where other people weren't able to get to. There was what was that? There was snow, and that pass was cut off in Los Angeles and the mountains, and you guys got there because I saw it on social media. So, congratulations. Now we get to take some questions from the audience.
Great.
And they're going to be there. Okay.
Oh, it's small.
Oh, they're right here.
They're right there.
Oh.
Are they a little small?
Okay, I'm going to ask the second one from Anonymous. The landscape of celebrity endorsements is constantly changing. How does Baby to Baby adapt its partnership strategy to stay relevant and attract new supporters to this ever-evolving space?
Okay, I'm ready. I think we have an amazing team. Some of them are here today, and they're checking out the landscape and making sure we're up to date and staying relevant. And I think we watch trends. We're watching trends. We see incoming requests. We're like, oh, okay, so now everybody wants a Instagram story and slides with links instead of a static post to thank them, because they want people to be able to click their link and blah, blah, blah. So I think there's always things changing. I also think we're always bringing in new people. So Julie has been our longtime supporter, obviously, for 10 plus years and is amazing, and we love her. We're never letting her go anywhere. But also bringing in new moms like Sophia Richie, or new women like Lori Harvey, who are very of the moment, very big on social, and a lot of brands really want that type of person at the in this moment. So I think we're following trends and making sure we're staying up to date. But these two ladies from our corporate department could probably answer some more questions after if you want.
And so Nora, with over 1 million children supported annually, your impact is undeniable. How do you ensure effective scaling of partnerships to reach even more children in need as Baby to Baby grows? Which you sort of touched on when you said that you'd be happy to take a $100 million donation.
Wait, which question are you looking at?
The third one.
What's your impact on that?
Right.
How do you ensure effective scaling?
It's basically taking. I thought it would be a good question for you because it is more about what would you do with a $100 million donation?
About the scaling. Okay, yes, I understand. Well, COVID was such a transformational time for Baby to Baby. The number of children we serve went from 200,000 to 1 million. Our revenue also went up 5 times. Everything just grew so quickly, and we took the next few years to make sure that we could keep up with that need. And now, especially with this manufacturing, it allows us to be able to, again, turn this lever so that we can really produce as much as possible. We've also built partnerships. We're now serving children in 277 cities in all 50 states. So whereas 10 years ago, we were really focusing on Los Angeles, we're now national in every way, and we allow the partners, a lot of times the partners have a specific point of view on that. So for their personal company goals, they want to serve children in the Northeast, or they want to give out cold weather items, so they want us to target cold weather items. Whatever their particular want is, we have now built up that we can meet that from our expansion. And I think that would be my answer to that.
You're more than capable, though, of handling those large donations and making sure that you're getting.
We have the shipping relationships. We have the warehousing. We have warehousing now. We just opened an East Coast warehouse. We're able to pre-position supplies. We can get to places faster. And I think the constant relationship building is allowing us to know where to get things, who is the best contact, how much they can handle, and doing it in those very careful and efficient ways is what allows us to do it.
I really like this question from Donna Wilkins about the two of you. How do you manage your co-CEO roles?
Ooh, good question. I think we both have very different personalities and came from very different backgrounds, but we definitely, I was not a lawyer, Nora was a lawyer, so I sometimes call her lawyer face, which comes in handy for me. So she will make sure like the contracts are good, and I'm sort of like, yeah, everything's great, let's do it. And she comes in and is like, wait, Kelly, let's make sure that we're, checking every box, and I need that person. And I think you can say why you need me later. But I think that even though we come from very different backgrounds, we both care so much about baby to baby. We care so much about the work we're doing. We both want it to, keep growing. We see the need. We see, we meet moms every day who just giving them diapers is making such a difference in their lives, and you think it's such a small thing, but they will have tears in their eyes, and they'll say, this, just giving me these diapers gives me hope that someone cares, hope that I can, get off my feet, get back to work. And I think caring so much about it is what brings us together and gets us like working in like such a great partnership, and we have all along.
Yes, I do not have a mean nickname for Kelly. I just call her Kelly.
I think lawyer face is
It is nice.
a
It is
compliment.
nice. I love being a lawyer, and I feel like it is the most valuable thing, so I hope there's lawyers in the room. But yes, I think our roles, they're not as delineated as I think at some companies, because we both are, I think from really being at Baby to Baby since the beginning, we always say we think of it as our third collective baby, because we each have two babies who are not Baby to Baby. And so we just have this focus on all things going on in the company. And we have this tremendous team, and it keeps expanding. But we're really both interested in the marketing, in the social media, in the finance, in the HR. Sometimes we talk about how people think as a nonprofit, we might deal with different problems than for-profits. And we discuss all the time how the problems and the successes are very, very similar, but for a different tax status, and the fact that when people donate to us, they get tax deductible, they make tax deductible donations. We deal with many of the same hurdles as every other company, and it's helpful to have two people. So is good.
Guys, wait. Dion, the CEO of DB's, would like to donate to us, and she's in the audience.
Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Hi, Dion. That's great.
Hi, thank you, Dion.
How amazing.
I don't know where Dion is, but
Right there.
oh, we've got. See, Dion, we have to do a picture. You've got to get up here. We have to do a photo.
Yes, a family snack food company in 30,000 stores.
That's
and yes,
incredible.
we need family snack
Food and shelf-stable food has become one of our top 5 requested items. As
That
our
is amazing.
disaster
Thank
relief
you.
program grows, the needs for food and water just keep shooting up the list. So we will definitely find you, and thank you so much.
Yeah.
Now, someone named, I'm going to say this wrong, I apologize, Casiano asked, what is the strategy to build a powerful celebrity network? And how do you keep people, Casiano, sorry, how do you build it? Do you just call agents? If you don't live in LA, what do you do? Do you just like,
We get asked this a lot, and I think obviously we're lucky we live in LA. There's a lot of celebrities in LA. Yes, that is true. But we also don't take no for an answer. We beg every single person for every introduction that we possibly can. And I think everyone's city has its own version of what LA has. Maybe you have sports, maybe you have news media, maybe you have, different things. But we're never shy to ask for favors. We're always asking people for introductions. Coming to something like this, I'm sure we'll meet a lot of amazing people like Dion today, who, will be able to help Baby to Baby. And I think also we go to moms and we say, you're a mom, and these mothers that we are serving are struggling to afford diapers and food for their babies. Would you help us? It's not like the hardest ask. I mean, we get a lot of good responses to that because it's very simple. It's just the simple part of Baby to Baby is that everybody can understand it. And so we've been really lucky in that way, and people really respond well to that.
And Julie, I think you should probably say, what would make you do something? I think we find, again, going back to the connectivity, you have to know these women's stories and what they care about, and appeal to that.
I think you can. There was a question that went by about sort of vetting Jessica said. Strategically identifying and approaching the 75 plus celebrity ambassadors to ensure authenticity in their partnerships. There's, that goes both ways. If my social media is completely paid for and doesn't show any of me, it doesn't mean it's inauthentic, but it's hard to kind of go, oh, you know what? She lives in a chaotic barn with 3 boys, which is what my social media is. It's like me getting hit in the head with basketballs. So that is authentically my life, and anybody who looks at my social media knows that I drink black cherry Zevia all day long, and why they haven't approached me, I don't know.
Maybe today.
It's right there, people.
Maybe they're here.
All day long. So finding the authenticity in the celebrity, I hate calling myself a celebrity, but you know what I mean.
You are one.
It goes both ways. And sure, you send stuff. If you have a product, you send it. You have your PR person send it. I was sent some really wretched wine, and it was so bad. And then I discovered I didn't realize it. I was like, oh no, this is terrible. I'm sorry, I can't. And then I discovered it was sugar-free. And I was like, for a sugar-free wine, it's not that bad. But yeah, you do find out who their publicists are. You do send a product and see if they like it, and don't ask too much. I'm always amazed if somebody sends me something and it's like, no, post about it if you like it. Don't if you don't. We're not asking for anything more. I'm like, so happy to post for that. So happy to take the next call. So happy to develop that relationship. When it is, you didn't post at noon. You said you were going to post at noon, and it's only in your stories. Those go away. I thought it was going to be a real and you're like, oh my goodness. I have a job and 3 kids. There's give and take, and we're all trying to, build a business and get ahead. But understanding that sometimes a little bit of a loss leader isn't a bad idea.
I do think influencers have really changed our strategy, where for those of you asking about how to get more celebrities involved, whereas there may have used to be a very small group of people everyone was going after, there are so many more influencers, and that just multiplies the amount of people to go after, and their engagement is so high. And although we work with these A-list celebrities, we do also work with influencers, and they have moved the needle for us as well. So I would definitely
go
suggest,
into their DMs. They read their DMs.
Right. So I would
shockingly.
widen the group you're going after.
Yeah.
Do you read your DMs, Julie? No.
No, because they're so mean. Oh my God.
That's horrible.
No, they're usually sexually explicit and like. I don't. Because my friends and people that know me and want to get in touch with me will figure out a different way. But
influencers do.
Influencers do.
Because they're new and they're
influencers
hungry and scrappy.
And they maybe are looking for a date with someone named. Yeah, I'm not even going to say it. I was so going to go there, and I'm like, no, Julie, don't. We're so close. 2 minutes left. Don't say it. Is there another question you guys particularly liked? Oh, are you guys involved with any legislation
I don't know if we could do it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but yes.
That would help access, well, the question was, are you involved with any legislation that would help provide access to the supplies you donate to families in need?
Yes, last year we launched a pilot program with the White House and HHS of maternal and newborn supply kits, and those are kits with 20 items for moms postpartum plus baby supplies that we launched in 3 states. And we are about to expand that pilot program with one of our corporate partners. And now we will be in 10 states because of that corporate partnership. So,
and what's the legislation that you needed to get passed or need to get behind to have that?
Not really exactly legislation.
I think that was just more of a working with government entities.
Yeah.
Legislation specifically, again, we're so focused on the diaper tax. We also, as you know, are very partnership-based in everything we do. And we are big believers in a narrow mission. So we look at lots of legislation. Again, as you know, I'm a lawyer. I love advocacy and legislation. But I think we do want to stay specific to diapers. With any of the other categories, many of our partners, we support our partners who do that, but we are not believers that we should be everywhere doing everything. And so we have partners who take on some of these amazing issues and are happy to sign on to their petitions, but we stay in our lane in terms of legislation for now. If something did come up that had to do, again, with something in our lane, like during the formula crisis, that was an issue that hit baby-to-baby so hard. It was probably one of the scariest times we'd ever seen a baby-to-baby, where the infants in our program did not have food to eat, couldn't survive in that instance. That would be somewhere where we would jump in and get involved in legislation if there were more to protect the quantity of formula. But in terms of just all child poverty legislation that we care so deeply about, we do try to stay in our lane.
Well, the session is coming to an end. I know there's another one coming in. I think Meghan and Harry are around somewhere. But if you want, you can always donate to donate@babytobaby.org. Our CMO, Jamie, wave her hand. She's going to be here if anybody has any questions or wants to get involved. You can always buy a table at the gala and invite all your fancy friends, and it's super fun, and rub shoulders and hobnob with boring people like me.
And follow us on social media at Baby to Baby.
But don't DM Julie.
Well, you can DM me all day. I'm just not going to read it.
Maybe for one day only. How about today? If someone DMs you about Baby to Baby, consider responding.
I can have it so I can see the things about Baby to Baby. If you tag Baby to Baby, I will read it.
All right.
I will read it if it's tagged about Baby to Baby. If it says what you want to do to my body, I'm not going to read it. My body is so tired and it's done. All right, so thank you so much, everybody. And
thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right.
I can see past my love.
Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I'm Jan Baskett, the co-president and chief brand officer of South by Southwest. That's not the applause part, but thank you. As people who know me will tell you, I usually prefer to work well behind the scenes at this event, but I was coaxed out here today for a very good reason. A year and a half ago, I became the first woman co-president of South by Southwest. Again, not the applause part. It gets better. Now, at this moment, there are 20 other women in top leadership positions at South by Southwest. And 60% of our total staff are women. All the applause, that's great. Between our full-time employees and the many others who make up our seasonal staff, contractors, and volunteers, women are quite obviously instrumental in pulling off this massive event, and they're very good at it. I'd like to give the women of South by Southwest a shout out and a big thank you on International Women's Day. That was the applause part. You know what else is a great way to celebrate International Women's Day? This session. At South by Southwest, we gather innovators and creators from all over the world, many of whom are in media and entertainment. We recognize how critical the representation of women in these industries, as well as the conversations centered on ways in which we can build a stronger future. So to present and introduce our amazing panel today, I want to bring to the stage Shauna Knepp of the Archwell Foundation and Emily Ramshaw of the 19th.
Thank you, Jan, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shauna Knepp. I'm co-executive director of the Archwell Foundation, and I'm thrilled to be announcing today's conversation with my friend, Emily Ramshaw, the founder and CEO of the gender, politics, and policy news organization, the 19th. Yes, yes, thank you. On behalf of the Archwell Foundation and the 19th, it's truly an honor to be here with all of you, especially on International Women's Day. Woo! A day that holds profound significance as we celebrate the progress we've made while acknowledging the opportunities that lie ahead. At the Archwell Foundation, we believe in the power of community as a transformative solution for our collective well-being. This is especially true for women and for mothers. Creating more equitable and accessible communities amongst us is the bedrock for the more inclusive and compassionate society that we all wish to see.
And at the 19th, we recognize the profound impact that representation in journalism and in newsrooms has on our democracy. It's why we center women and queer people, particularly those from underrepresented communities, in our coverage and in our audiences. It's why we normalize their leadership at live events, on our newsletters and podcasts. And it's why we give all of our journalism away for free to every other newsroom in the country, to readers all over the country. It's also why we're the first newsroom in the country to offer 6 months of fully paid family leave and 4 months of fully paid elder care leave. Representation advances equity. Today, we are gathered to take stock of where our respective industries stand on representation of women, particularly women of color and mothers. But our conversation will extend beyond representation to real lives and to potential solutions that can help women and families on and off the screen. Please join us in welcoming our esteemed moderator and panelists who will be joining us on stage now. I'm going to start by introducing Erin Haynes, who's the founding mother and editor-at-large of the 19th. Erin brings a wealth of experience covering gender, race, politics, and policy to the moderator's chair today.
A feminist and champion of human rights and gender equity, Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, is a New York Times bestselling author and co-founder of the Archwell Foundation and Archwell Productions. Her influence extends across various sectors from entertainment to philanthropy, making her a driving force for positive change.
All right, this is a fun one for me. Katie Couric is an award-winning journalist, best-selling author, founder of Stand Up to Cancer, and co-founder of Katie Couric Media. Katie's extensive career spans journalism, cancer advocacy, documentaries, and scripted projects that focus on addressing important social issues like gender equality and gun violence.
With a career that began in childhood and continues to thrive across multiple industries, Brooke Shields is not only an iconic actor, but also an advocate for women's wellness and empowerment, as evidenced by her latest entrepreneurial endeavor, Beginning Is Now. Please welcome Brooke Shields.
And last but certainly not least, Nancy Wang Yuen is a sociologist, pop culture expert, and DEI consultant, and her expertise lies in analyzing and addressing inequalities in media representation, particularly for BIPOC communities. Her work sheds light on the importance of diversity and inclusion in shaping a more equitable society. Welcome to Nancy. Well, thank you all for being here to kick off South by Southwest with us. We look forward to a thought-provoking discussion, and Erin, the floor is yours. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Welcome to South by Southwest. Yes, we are so happy to be kicking this off with you, and I feel so lucky to be here with such incredible and visionary women on International Women's Day. Yes? Absolutely. Woo! This is a day where we celebrate just how far we've come, but we also reflect on the work that we still have yet to do. In a lot of our fields, whether that's media, entertainment, or the movies, women's representation still falls short, particularly for women of color and for mothers. So we're here today to talk about those gaps and what we're going to do to fill them. So, okay, let's get right into it. I want to start with you, Meghan. Yesterday, the Gina Davis Institute and the advocacy organization Moms First released a report that your foundation, Archwell, supported, examining the cultural portrayals of motherhood in television. Can you tell us about why this project interested you and what the study found?
You guys will tell me if this is a good volume then. Yes? Okay.
Well, thank you. And firstly, I'm so excited to be here and to be with such incredible women, so much brilliance on this panel, and just an amazing way to celebrate International Women's Day. So thank you all for coming to listen. Yes, as you were saying, the Gina Davis Institute and Moms First released this report, and my husband and I, our foundation, the Archwell Foundation, helped to fund it. Because I think from our standpoint, and certainly from mine, there are 3 key reasons why it felt vital to see the information they were going to be pulling through this report. So on a personal level, I've just always loved understanding women and our stories and our lived experiences and our shared experiences. So I was really curious to see what the report was going to uncover in terms of, oftentimes as women, you may agree with this, the way that we see ourselves is reflected back to us, sometimes accurately and sometimes, much to our disservice, inaccurately in what we see in media. And so to be able to have the findings to uncover what we can do to propel that, to make sure women are really feeling seen in a way that is reflective of who and how we are and how we move through the world, felt important. From a philanthropic standpoint with our foundation, there's obviously a lot of work to be done in terms of supporting women and moms. You can begin with paid leave and, and just really looking at, one of the findings actually said that working moms are paid 62 cents to the dollar for what working dads are. And it's almost feeling punitive at a certain point when you're a mom and you're juggling so much and carrying so much and you want to be supported in the best way possible. So it's those reasons that, we have a production company, and as we build out our slate and have projects that we're doing, or with podcasting as well, to ensure that we are responsibly filling in the roles of moms and women to be reflected in a way that's accurate. So this report, I think, is really valuable, and just proud we could support it.
Absolutely. Looking forward to learning a lot more about that. Nancy, I want to come down to you because you know better than anyone the damage that inaccurate portrayals have on society. I'm just wondering what your reaction is to this report.
Yeah, so one of the findings of the Moms Report is that on television, moms are represented as thin, young, white, and not really working outside of the home, which is a patriarchal fantasy, right? This is not our real lives. And it erases the fact that the US, out of all the wealthy countries, is ranked second to last when it comes to childcare and parental leave policies. And I remember when I was in grad school, that's when I had my first baby, and I found it harder to secure affordable and good quality, high quality childcare than to actually complete my PhD.
Wow.
That was how I felt. I mean, if anyone has ever looked for childcare, it's like the hardest thing ever. And so, when you're having, so in terms of societal, when you have policymakers who are not working moms for the most part, right? These are the ones that are actually determining policy. And we know that if they're not actually having contact with folks, they're deriving their ideas from television, from film, right? Just subconsciously. That's not real, but that's what you're seeing. And you're seeing, oh, hey, everything's great. Working moms, they're just mostly at home, and men are the breadwinners. Meghan mentioned the motherhood penalty, right? Because men, when they become fathers, they get a fatherhood bonus. Yes, they actually make more money, whereas women are making less. So all of this reality is not reflected on television, and that really hurts policy and any kind of societal change.
Yeah, so we're perpetuating negative or wrong stereotypes when we could be perpetuating positive images and representation. So we know that proper representation is such a critical driver for social change. So Meghan, why is this such an important factor in making the world more equitable?
I've said this for so many years, and I hope that it starts to land, but I think we can all agree that representation matters in terms of if you're a young girl and you see yourself in a position of power or strength or leadership, you can believe that that is possible. If you look out on the screen or you look out in the world and you see no one that looks like you, it is incomprehensible for most people to imagine that they can have that level of success or joy or strength, whatever it may be. And the key thing that I think needs to be focused on in terms of equity is that it's not a zero-sum game. Just because someone else has the same advantage that you do doesn't mean that you're losing anything. And it actually creates an environment that is so fair, but also inclusive, where people feel as though they have a seat at the table, as they should.
Meghan, will you tell the story about when you wrote that letter to P&G? Because I don't know if everyone's heard it, but it's such a great story at a very young age, what you did.
That's so fun. Yes,
I just disrupted the flow. I'm so sorry.
No, it's
but
good.
go
Let's
ahead.
have a conversation.
That's what you know a little bit about interviewing Katie. I think it's okay. Let you jump in here.
I was 11 years old, about 11 years old, and I had seen a commercial on TV for a dishwashing liquid, and the boys in my class at the time said, it said, women all over America are fighting greasy pots and pans. And the boys said, yeah, that's where women belong, in the kitchen. And at 11, I just found that infuriating and wrote lots of letters and put pen to paper, and they ended up changing the commercial to people all over America. And it's funny to look back at it now, because that was before social media, where you had a reach that was so much greater. It was just an 11-year-old with a pen and paper. But it just, I guess, goes to show that if you know that there's something wrong and you're using your voice to advocate in the direction of what is right, that can really land and resonate and make huge change for a lot of people. So your voice is not small. It just needs to be heard.
Yeah. This is where we're this is one of the ways where we're different. When I was 11, I was playing a prostitute. So
okay, Brooke.
I wished I'd known you.
Where we're going here.
When I was 11.
A little different.
I would have been writing very different letters, but equally important, I hope.
Wow. 11-year-old Brooke and 11-year-old Meghan, this one's for you. Speaking of which, we know that the situation is no better on film. Nancy, we have a recent study from the University of Southern California, Annenberg, that found that of the 100 top-grossing movies in 2023, the year of Barbie, people, only 30 featured female-identified lead or co-lead actors. That's a number that hasn't been that low since the mid-2010s. What's behind that regressive trend? Yeah, so the finding of the USC study is that there are actually less women on screen in the year of Barbie. I feel like, are we living in the world of Ken? I mean, reproductive rights are being rolled back. Yeah. Affirmative action is eliminated in higher ed. We have DEI centers eliminated across different states and corporations. And it feels really bad. And I think it speaks to what Meghan said, that this idea that, if I have to give up something somehow, it's us versus them, rather than, I think when women's rights advance, that advances society. When women are, working and getting equal share of, they're making money, they're actually contributing to the economy, right? These are things that are beneficial to everyone, but there's this really disturbing study that came out of the UK that Gen Z boys and men actually are more likely than boomers to believe that feminism does more harm than good. This is really scary, right? These are the young men in our midst. And so we really need to be vigilant about making sure that we talk about feminism and women's rights in a way that is beneficial for everybody, rather than this us versus them mentality. So I feel like, so that's reflected in the study, right? That we're seeing less women because there's this idea that, well, women are already taking over, so let's just put more men out there. And that's not where we want to be. Absolutely. It is not the opportunity Olympics here, people. We are all, deserving of opportunity, and there's opportunity enough for all of us. So, Brooke, I saw you nodding your head over there. Pretty Baby, the documentary about your life, came out on Hulu last year. Yes, absolutely. It dissected the early days of your career, which you have alluded to already. For people in the audience who have not seen it yet, can you just paint a picture of what it was like as a 12-year-old girl working in Hollywood in 1978, and really how you feel today looking back on that experience?
Well, first of all, thank you. I was very lucky with the documentary. I've been asked to do documentaries for a very long time, and every time I would talk to the creator or the director, they would always end up being like an E! True Hollywood Story, or worse, where are they now? Never good for a career. So I pass. But then a very good friend of mine came to me with this idea. And then we spoke to a director, Lana Wilson, who's a beautiful director. And I gave her all of my archives. I just handed them over to her. And I said, please, the one thing I ask of you is that you make this film about something bigger than me. And she said, well, it's a doc about you. And I said,
I know that. But this is about a much bigger topic. And as we discussed it, we started talking about the sexualization of young women, especially in our country. And I was at the center of it. I was promoting it, and I was doing it. And I was lucky because I was surrounded by a very strong mom. I never did move to Hollywood. I always went to regular schools, so I had this sort of community around me that was protecting me, buoying me, and so I did not become the type of statistic that Hollywood created. And listen, Hollywood is predicated on eating its young. That's what it wants to do. It wants to build you up and then devour you. And from a very early age, I learned the importance of education, and I knew that if I went to university, they couldn't take that away from me. So all of the pitfalls of Hollywood, that's the way it was being handled in the 70s and early 80s. And it's gotten better a bit, but we still have a long way to go. And one of the things the documentary, I think, did was start the conversation. I'm the subject of it. I didn't produce it. I didn't direct it. I had no say. I had to trust. And people don't really realize that, but just because the documentary is about me, I just had to hope and pray that the women that were handling it, and these were brilliant women, were dealing with the topic and dealing with the subject matter so that we could start conversations with our daughters, with younger women, about how it happens, how it's just at the ready to you are prey, but not to be a victim to it. What I wanted to say too is I didn't want the documentary or anything that I say ever, it's not from a place of anger. It's not, it's more from a place of let's understand this and let's harness what we have as women. Now I'm a 58-year-old woman, so I have a different message. But Hollywood then it's not that different than it is now, but what I'm noticing is that there are more voices who are surrounded by other women and other supportive voices. And together as a collective, we can move it forward and have it not be angry, but have it be progressive.
Yeah, I love that. And I love the idea of strength in numbers. And to Megan's point, social media was not a thing that existed then. That's an added layer, to the situation in Hollywood now. Tell me about, you mentioned the conversation that you're able to have, that intergenerational conversation that you're able to have in reaction to this film. What has some of that been like? How has that been affirming for you?
Well, the first conversation shocked the heck out of me. I wanted to say hell, but then I thought I couldn't, so heck shocked the fuck out of me. That's really what I wanted to say. Excuse me, company. But at the end of the film, the director said we need some B-roll, which is just like filming you in an environment and not necessarily having sound. And they play the credits or music or whatever under it. And it was with my two girls, and I have a 17 and a 20-year-old. And the director asked my one daughter, we actually put it to the table. By the way, that was the first and last time my daughters pretended like they were washing dishes. I just want to put that out there. And I was like, oh, look, they've got the gloves on. Aren't we a perfect family? But we started talking about, would you watch any of your mom's early films? And then would you let us do these types of roles now?
Wow.
And just the fact that I was having those conversations with my young women girls, and the fact that they felt the ability to express their opinions to their mother without being judged was a huge, huge piece of it. And they talked about social media, and they talked about it. And we often talk about the dangers of social media, but if harnessed properly, it can be a very important perspective that then these young women in our lives can carry forth and have that messaging be a positive one. So to me, just being able to have that conversation was just the conversation at home, and now I'm watching it really sort of filter out into many, many other conversations that I here on my Instagram or my community at the company I started beginning is now. And this is a conversation that's starting to happen, but we're also needing to have it with the younger generation.
so that we're not just standing up for something because we're complaining about a past, but we're taking these younger people and we're sort of shepherding them to have a healthy, inclusive approach to these types of issues.
Yeah. Absolutely. Katie, I want to come to you because on-screen representation is something that I know you have been cognizant of for your entire career. So I know you took steps towards leveling the playing field when you were offered the job of co-anchoring the Today Show in 1991. Yes, hello, Today Show Hive, where are you at? Why was that so important to you?
Well, hi, everyone. I entered the TV news business in 1979. I am the oldest person on this panel, and it's really, I often say it's when harass was 2 words instead of 1. And it was not a particularly hospitable place for women. It was very challenging. At the same time, I think growing up, I was acutely aware of the impact media has on the way we see ourselves and our potential and the way we are in the world. And you know, looking back, I think about the shows, the TV shows, for example, that were around when I was little. You know, it was Father Knows Best. Now, I was really little, so I must have watched reruns. But then in the 60s, it was the Donna Reed show. You know, these and I Love Lucy, very traditional roles for women. And then in 1968, I remember there was a show called Julia with Diane Carroll.
Yeah.
She was Black. She was a widow. She was a single mother taking care of her son. And I thought, wow, that's different. But what was really formative for me was in 1970 when the Mary Tyler Moore Show came out. Because here was a 30-something single woman driving her cool Mustang to Minneapolis and working at a local news station. And suddenly I was 13 and I thought, wow, that's so cool. I want to be that person. So when I was offered the job at the Today Show, I said to Michael Gartner, who was then president of NBC News, I had worked in local news for 6 years. I had covered the Pentagon, covered the Desert Storm and all these other important stories. And I said, I'm interested in this job, but only if you'll give me a 50-50 division of labor with Bryant Gumbel. I want to do as many hard news interviews as he does. I don't want to be relegated to cooking segments and fashion shows and celebrity interviews. I've earned my stripes, and that's what I'm demanding. I don't know where I got the chutzpah to do that. I was like, it was crazy. I was 34 years old. And I was 5 months pregnant, and I just was like, sup? And he looked at me kind of quizzically. He had a bow tie, and he said, what about 4951? And I said, okay, I'll take it. And Bryant Gumbel insisted that he open every show, that he throw to every commercial break, that he always threw to the weatherman, who was Willard Scott at the time, and that I could never do that, I think, to convey the idea that he was in charge. But I think just making that demand, eventually, I think I had as much power and took on important jobs on the Today Show. But from the get-go, I said, this is how I want to be seen, because I knew the impact this would have, the dynamics of the show, the division of labor, who was doing presidential interviews. I knew little girls were watching that, getting ready for school with their moms, and I wanted them to say, look, she is just as good as he is.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I, for one, was definitely watching you both at least 50-50, and you definitely are part of the reason why I'm sitting up here on this stage interviewing you. So let me just say that out loud in front of everybody. So Katie, the industry really has changed a lot over the course of your career. In the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, it was still very much a boys' club, though. How much progress do you think that we have made?
Well, I think we've made tremendous progress. I mean, I think we have miles to go before we sleep, but you look at the 19th, what you all are doing, it's amazing. You look at, do you know the presidents of the news divisions of ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, and even Fox are all women? That would never have happened. That's extraordinary, and 2 of them are women of color.
That's right.
I mean, it's pretty amazing, but we have a lot of work to do, because unfortunately, this is happening as linear television is declining in its significance. And as these outlets gravitate towards streaming, I looked at a picture of all the heads of the major streamers, and it's 5 white guys. So we have to tackle that, and I hope that will change. But when you look at digital media, it's much worse. I think 20% of editors of the most popular international online publications are women. And when it comes to podcasting, women are 50% of listeners, but men are 79% of hosts of podcasts. So there's still a lot of inequities that we have to approach, but we're definitely making progress. And I don't know about you, but compared to when I was doing network news, I see so many different people from so many different backgrounds. I think, in terms of the on-air talent, I think it would be really wise to get a bigger variety of socioeconomic and life experiences, people who grew up in rural areas, people from the middle of the country. And I think that would even add to the representation we're seeing now.
Absolutely, really thinking about all the ways we can be factoring diversity in, and especially at the leadership level as well. Well, Brooke, I want to come back to that Annenberg study I mentioned earlier that found that only 3 of the 100 top grossing films of 2023 had a lead woman actor who was 45 or older. So I'm wondering, as a 50-year-old woman in Hollywood, as you mentioned, does that track with your experience?
It definitely tracks with my experience. I mean, the interesting thing is that we don't just feel this ageism in Hollywood. At 58, you're, too old to be the ingenue, but you're not quite the granny yet, and they don't know what to do with you. And so if you're not the sort of the sexy woman at the bar, you're like in Depends, or like dentures, or like those are the things you're offered, like literally. And so you have to sort of, there is something to that. I find, so what my reaction towards it, again, is instead of to just get angry, find and ferret out the filmmakers who appreciate a woman over 40. I mean, I'm 58, but appreciate the experience, the life experience. We've raised the children, we've had the families, we've had businesses, we've had professional lives, we've left them, we've gone back to them. There's a versatility and an adaptability and an intelligence and an experience that we have. And I do see that there are people out there that are wanting to cater to programming for those women who just have a place.
Look at the Golden Bachelor.
Hello, and where's the Golden Bachelorette?
The Golden Girls, which was interesting, they were like 40 or something.
They were the same age as the girls on Sex and the City now, and just like that, right? Or
I think so.
Yeah.
Same, and just how different the perception was at the time. But now I think people are feeling more ageless now. But you're right, there's still a stigma in terms of the industry on pigeonholing where you can be.
Yes.
As opposed to seeing us as, the depth of knowledge and experience, as you're saying, Brooke, there's just so much richness that can be given to roles when you have an actor who can bring that level of experience.
And even in the beauty industry, again, I'm sitting here feeling slightly guilty as well because I have perpetuated all these images. My entire career has been sort of built on beauty and that being forefront of all of that. And as I've gotten older, I've realized that I want my messaging to be appreciative of having been given the opportunity to make a living of that. But the importance of beauty as wellness, it's not vanity, but we're not just wrinkle cream now either. Do you know? So there's a lot of different ways we need to sort of work on not just changing the narrative, but really massaging the narrative to really reflect that there is beauty in this age. There is beauty in all of diversity. There's beauty in how incredible it is that we're all so individual. And it's
Amen, sister.
Celebrating that.
And get rid of anti-aging, like the whole expression of anti-aging, whatever.
Negative on both
wellness.
Both words.
Wellness preservation. I love that. Yes, and also just the idea that we are promoting reflecting the industry, reflecting the way that so many of us seem to perceive ourselves that is not showing up in our media. So I don't want everybody to think that this Annenberg study is all doom and gloom. Nancy, there is actually something to celebrate in that study, and that is the reality that the percentage of films with people of color in leading roles has increased as we head into Oscar weekend. Do you think that this indicates a significant long-lasting change, or are you concerned that as companies are pulling back on DEI programs, for example, this number is just going to drop back down?
So yay, we finally
to start this answer.
I feel like I'm like the doom and gloom person on the stage, but I think it's yay. Finally, we're seeing people of color actually represented as they are in real life. You know, this is the first. But I think, that when we disaggregate, we see that because we know that women are being underrepresented. So it's actually men of color that are more represented than women of color. So women of color actually went down. And yay for the small independent studios like A24, right? As well as international. Yeah, we love A24, right? And those are actually the studios that are driving the more diverse leads. It's not actually the legacy big studios, and we know that those are the power players, right? So we need to see them actually start to really greenlight and support projects that feature people of color stories by people of color, right? We want those really authentic stories. So yes, I think it's great that we're finally approaching population parity, but in terms of long-term, we need to see more people jumping in, and there's money to be made and there's awards to be won, right? It's like, why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, I think that is the case to make, right? It's not just the right thing to do, it's also economically, and successfully useful to do. Katie, I want to come back to you and your trailblazing career because you were also the first woman to solo anchor the CBS Evening News. Yes, absolutely. And you were managing editor of that broadcast. I don't know if everybody knows that for the 5 years that you were there. How challenging was that to be a first, and how did being a woman impact the way that you did that job?
How much time do you have? It was really, I'm not going to lie, it was really challenging. I remember after my first night anchoring the news, it was very exciting. And the next day, one media critic said, "Why was she wearing a white jacket after Labor Day?" And I was like, "It's winter white," and I splurged on Armani, goddammit. And then it was like, Tom Shales, who really wrote nice things about me, said the way she buttoned her jacket, she looked chubby. Keith Olbermann said she looked like she had been Botoxed. A feminist, well-known feminist who shall not be named, said, I couldn't really evaluate her performance because her makeup was so bad. And I mean, and then somebody else, Dan Rather, who shall be named, said I was dumbing down and tarting up the news. So it was really, really hard. But, I'm very glad I did it. It's funny because I was so upset for a while because I was just getting pummeled left and right in the press. At dinner one night, I was with my daughters, and I was crying. And my 10-year-old daughter, Carrie, was like, "Mom, what's wrong?" And I said, I don't know if I can do this anymore. And she goes, "Mom, remember what Samantha said on Sex and the City?" Oh. And I was like, oh, shit, there is so much wrong with that statement. From my 5th grader. And she said, if I listened to what every bitch in New York City said about me, I'd never leave the house.
Well,
and it was so funny. But, just quickly in retrospect, I'm really glad I took the job, despite some of those hard days, because I think I brought my sensibility as a woman into story selection. We did stories on sexual assault in the military, on dating violence after Yardley Love was beaten to death by her boyfriend at UVA, a lacrosse player. We did stories on a woman who was raped by 3 basketball players and they were never held accountable at her university. I did stories in Afghanistan where I sat in a room with Afghan girls who were in a safe place where a man could never have gone. So I feel like I really contributed to what was on the show, and I also kept sexism from permeating into the broadcast. I remember I said to one of the 3 male news writers, Jerry, who I love, who had described Hillary Clinton in a way, and I said, "Jerry, would you describe a male candidate for president that way?" So I was a bit of a watchdog to make sure that women's stories were told, and the internal politics, don't get me started. Read my book, Going There. It's a memoir, and it's in paperback now. If you really want the juicy scoop on how the people at CBS treated me, they were awful. Sorry.
I'm not sorry. I'm ready to read this book. Meghan, I want to come back to you because social media has really become the go-to place for girls and women to be scrutinized, objectified, bullied, right? And unfortunately, I know that this is something that you are all too familiar with. So how have you been able to manage the seemingly endless toxicity that comes at you?
Yes, social media is a environment that I think has a lot of that. You know, it's really interesting as I can reflect on it. I keep my distance from it right now just for my own well-being, but the bulk of the bullying and abuse that I was experiencing in social media and online was when I was pregnant with Archie and with Lily and with a newborn with each of them. And you just think about that, and to really wrap your head around why people would be so hateful. It's not catty, it's cruel. Why you would do that, and certainly when you're pregnant or you have a newborn, we all, as moms, you know it's such a tender and sacred time. And I think, you know, you could either succumb to it or nearly succumb to how painful that is. And maybe in some regards, because I was pregnant, that mammalian instinct just kicked in. Do everything you can to protect your child, and as a result, protect yourself too. But, you know, I think as we look at what's happening in social media, there is so much work to be done in terms of keeping people safe. And that starts as we see what's happening with children and their exposure to things, but also just creating these habits that what I find the most disturbing, frankly, especially as a supporter of women, is how much of the hate is women completely spewing that to other women. And I cannot make sense of that because I understand that there are certain platforms. Look, today's a really good example. This is being streamed on one of those platforms, and it's also fantastic because people are going to have access to hear all of this brilliance and all of this insight. And at the same time, it's a platform that has quite a bit of hate and rhetoric and incentivizes people to create pages where they can churn out very, very inciting comments and conspiracy theories that can have a tremendously negative effect on someone's mental health, their physical safety. So I think we have to really take a look at that when we're talking about how many women are in leadership positions, as you're saying in broadcast. There are a lot of women that are at the highest level, executive level, who are great champions of women, who are great philanthropists, and they are working in these spaces, and yet they're allowing this kind of behavior to run rampant. And at a certain point, they have got to put the do's behind the says and really make some changes on a systemic level. And then, you know, on the flip side of that, we have a responsibility in all of that. The systemic change has to happen at the same time as the cultural change is happening. Because if you're reading something terrible, terrible about a woman, why are you sharing it with your friends? Why are you choosing to put that out in the world? What if it was your friend or your mom or your daughter? You wouldn't do it. And I think that is the piece that is so lost right now in what's happening in the digital space and in certain sectors of the media. We have forgotten about our humanity. And that has got to change because I understand there's a bottom line and I understand that a lot of money is being made there. But even if it's making dollars, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Can I just add one thing
Yes.
to that? Because what you said is also very important. It's impossible. Social media was not around when all the vitriol was being hurled at me and my mother and everything, and it was unbelievable. Now, I never read any of it. Had there been social media, it might have just disintegrated me. I don't know. But when, you know, the whole idea of social media in your household with your young, in my case, women, my daughters were the ones to tell me, Mom, don't read the comments. And I found that really interesting. Not only was I learning from these young women who I've spent their entire lives telling them what to do and how to feel and how to think and everything, they were coming back to me and saying, and I said, that's interesting, why? And they both said, because there's such anger and negativity and vitriol out there. I hope they use the word vitriol, because then I'd be really proud of them. It might have been other words, but the fact that in addition to what you're saying is we've got to make sure that we look right behind us too and bring up these young women who want to cancel out that messaging and only go towards the positive, because there's no function in the negativity. And every single little one of those conversations has to, I was with Gloria Steinem one day, because that's what I do.
As one is.
I just hang out with Gloria. No, I was in a group of women, and we were all it was a talk that we all had. And women were starting to talk about, but how do you make a change? How do you make the difference? How do we move it forward? And she said, don't kid yourself. Every major movement started in a room like this with 6 people. And it's those little gems of those ideas. It's the small incremental changes that we have to be vigilant on continuing to do it. So it's having those conversations with your young children and with your soon-to-be a mom daughter, and change, and really starting on that granular level to have the voices be heard more loudly.
Yeah, all of us being part of that intervention to create the change that we know needs to happen. Meghan, last year, the U.S. Surgeon General even weighed in on this, issuing a warning that social media use is a main contributor to depression and anxiety in teenagers. The Archwell Foundation seems to be doing so much work at the forefront of the online world, so you are somebody that is also, walking the walk here, especially for young people. Can you talk about what you've learned and where you think we need to go as a society to better support parents, especially mothers?
I mean, I really think it can piggyback on what Brooke was saying as well, but, with Archwell Foundation, we work with Social Media Victims Law Center, which is very important and heartbreaking work. It's parents whose children have taken their lives because of what was happening to them in the online space, and the level of online harms that are there when you have these beautiful, vibrant children that are either being so aggressively bullied online, or frankly, these young girls who are going online and they're drowning in this world of comparison that suddenly their sense of self has become so small that they don't see a value in being alive. So we've worked really actively with these parents to be there with them in their grief, but also in the interest of affecting change. I think as we're talking about all of this, and yes, this is very heavy and it's weighted, but it's also really real, there is a lot of good that's being done at the same time there's a group called the Youth Power Fund. I was just talking to them before I came out here. They are working so hard as young people who are in it, saying, this isn't making sense for us. We are not just a number or a statistic, and our lives matter, our sense of self and our sense of purpose matters. So there's a lot of action that's happening, to your point earlier as well, working as a collective. I mean, you mentioned Gloria. Gloria Steinem is one of the people that will say, any sort of work that you're doing that is in the direction of good, you've got to make it fun. So even though all this is weighted, she loves working on a campaign. She loves what happens when you come together and you go, you know what, inch by inch, we're getting closer to seeing a much better place and certainly a better online world. And I think we all just have a responsibility there to weigh in. As moms, it is a really, especially as I was saying earlier, when you're a new mom, it is a really vulnerable time. And the effect that social media can have on new mothers, I mean, even just the lack of sleep because they spend all this time scrolling, but it can also be really dizzying for them to see this portrayal of motherhood that looks so perfect when we all know it's not perfect. We all know that it's messy. I'm fortunate in that, amongst the privileges that I have in my life, I have an incredible partner. My husband is such a hands-on dad and such a supporter of me and our family. And that I don't take for granted. That is a real blessing. But a lot of people don't have that same level of support. So I think for us, it's just trying to put the safeguards in so that women, and moms especially, cannot feel like they're even more vulnerable when they go online, that they can somehow feel like they are going to a safer place.
And Aaron, I sense in the zeitgeist a real uprising of people who are saying enough. You know, these tech companies really aren't going to do much. I was on the co-chair of the Aspen Commission on Disinformation with some other people. And, you know, it's clear that their bottom line is much more important than the mental health of American kids. And Jonathan Haidt just wrote an amazing book called The Anxious Generation. I think it comes out in a couple of weeks, and I highly recommend it. But he talks about the statistics and what is happening to teenage girls in this country and traces it back to the advent of the smartphone in 2010. And the changes we've seen societally as a result of a smartphone, particularly for teenage girls, is so upsetting, disturbing, and disheartening. You know, and basically their business model is keeping people on the platform, especially Instagram and Facebook, because those are the platforms teenage girls are gravitating to, so they can get as much data as possible, so they can charge their advertisers certain rates, and then ergo affecting the mental health, causing depression, particularly among teenage girls. So it's this vicious, not a virtual cycle, it's a vicious cycle. And I actually brought some stats because I just was looking at this book, and I thought I'm just going to mention a couple of them because I think they're so relevant. The impact of social media on girls' mental health is equivalent to binge drinking. Researchers in France found that girls who look at images of thin women, even for 20 milliseconds, become more anxious about their own appearance. Emergency room visits by girls for self-harm have increased 188% since 2010. There's been a 167% increase in suicide rates for young girls since 2010. In 2010, the percentage of teenage girls when asked how satisfied they were with themselves was about 70%. It has now declined to 55%. So we have a real crisis on our hands here.
And should be framed as exactly that. And that, I mean, the numbers that you just laid out, Katie, should be alarming to everyone, whether you are a mom, whether this is somebody that you know. I mean, they should be alarming to us as a society. Nancy, I want to come to you because there was another recent study from The Economist that found that 38% of women have had personal experiences of online violence, and 85% of women who spend time online have witnessed digital violence against other women, from defamation, hate speech, to stalking, you name it. What is the best way to combat or eradicate this kind of harassment?
I think I joked, if I had the answer, you know, it would be so simple. But I think everything that everyone mentioned in terms of, I think Meghan mentioned systemic, and Katie mentioned just the knowledge. I think we all need to acknowledge that this is a problem. This is a mental health problem. This is a public health problem, right? And I think that me personally, as a woman of color who talks about racism, sexism, it's like, hello, just paint a target, you know, on my head, and I've gotten so much social media hate, and also social media hate that then transfers into your real life, right? So I actually quit my last job. I was a professor for 14 years, and I quit because my institution was just not supporting me and supporting the fact that I was attacked. So I had a troll email the president and try to get me fired, right? And instead of just kind of nipping it right there, they actually wanted me to answer this troll. And the troll was just saying I tweeted too much about Asians. That was the critique. And I was like, wow, this is just the level of, they don't understand, right, that the kind of critique that we're under. And so it's not just the platforms themselves need to do better moderation, but institutions like academics are actually being attacked all over. There are watch lists for professors. Sociology is getting eliminated, you know, as a discipline. I mean, it's this constant attack of anything that reeks of progress, right? And I think women and women of color who are speaking up are often bear the big brunt of it. And so we need all institutions. We need people to listen, right? When you hear someone that is working under you, if you are a manager, if you're a president, if you're in any position of power, listen to those who are experiencing this and believe them and make changes and support them.
Amen. Amen to that. Katie, you mentioned, that book from Jonathan Haidt, which folks can hear more about in your podcast. You interview him.
I'm going to, yeah.
You're going to be talking to him. So as we mentioned, you started your own media company 6 years ago. You're using social media platforms to talk directly to your audience. How are you using those platforms responsibly as a force for good? That sounds like an example of how you're doing that.
Well, I think I realized, Erin, pretty early on that people were consuming news and information in a very different way. That's why I went to Yahoo and became the global news anchor. My husband made fun. He said, "Why don't they call you the intergalactic news anchor?" But I knew that digital platforms were going to be the platforms of the future. And so I started Katie Couric Media. I didn't want to name it that, but everyone said, because my name is known, I should name it that, or because people were familiar with my name. And it's been really great. We have about 40 employees. We have a daily newsletter. I have a podcast. We do interviews. Like, I'll do an IG Live with Michael McFaul, the former ambassador to Russia, or I did Kamala Harris for my podcast, because I think these people trust that I'm a professional journalist, and so they feel comfortable with me and know that I'm going to be prepared and hopefully know what I'm talking about. So that's been really great. And when you look at the numbers, if I put it on my YouTube, I spread it across different social media platforms, and if you aggregate the numbers, they're just as high as many network interviews are these days because of the decline of linear television. So it's been a really wonderful experience, and I work with my husband, who's the CEO of the company, because he has a strong business background. I'm the boss of me. I get to determine what stories are important, and we've got an incredible team of people. And it's just a thoroughly modern media company and a thoroughly modern approach to getting to people where they are on a whole panoply of platforms. And it's been really exciting and given me a level of independence and not having to work for the man who says, she's too old, we really don't want her anymore, like they did to Jane Pauley when she was 42 on the Today Show. It was absurd. So I want to take control of my own fate and destiny, and then be able to mentor young journalists and hopefully, help them along as well. And that's been a real thrill for me too.
Absolutely, and you are certainly creating, creating that blueprint for a lot of us to follow, in this rapidly changing kind of digital, unknown landscape of where do we go from here in media and in journalism. Everybody up here is really so invested in creating community, fostering community, supporting community. Meghan, so much of your work with the Archwell Foundation is centered around uplifting community. What is it about community building that you feel is so vital, especially to the success of women today? And how is community part of that solution?
I think that, at the end of the day, I was talking about it a bit earlier, women especially, all people, you want to feel seen and you want to feel heard. And community is a huge vital piece of that, because when you're part of a collective and you feel as though someone is seeing you, really listening to what you have to say, at a certain point you feel empowered when you don't feel alone, right? Any sort of fight or struggle, any experience, really, you want to have someone that you can share it with. And so I think the community building piece of that is key. And as we were touching on earlier, because there is so much work to be done, that is not a one man or one woman job. And so the collective of all of us working together, understanding the shared goal that is in the best interest of our shared humanity, is just key. You can't do it by yourself, and I don't think you want to.
I think that's true. Brooke, your community, Beginning is Now, which is bringing together women over 40. I want to hear more about that. What is it that you are trying to accomplish?
I started Beginning is Now more it was almost like my version of a blog during COVID, because I wanted to hear from women over 40 and what they were feeling they needed and how they were feeling they were represented, how they were being marketed to. I was feeling a sense of empowerment being this age and almost an empty nester, and feeling like my life is really just beginning in a very different, vibrant way. And I started this community, and the community grew very, very quickly. story, and I listened to them. And for me, the beginning is right now. And that's what I started, but this community amassed rather quickly. And what women were saying was that they felt overlooked and they felt devalued. And so to me, my goal was always to start with and maintain that community, because when you get a bunch of women all together, when you listen to them supporting one another and being galvanized by the belief that life isn't over at a certain age, there's a lot of energy and power in that. And I want really to help be a conduit to change the narrative on aging, and to be a leader in innovative products that actually women need, for their different needs that they have that change as we hit menopause but we're not just menopause. And the real goal is to keep growing and amassing this community, because the power in it, and when you listen to women and when they feel heard, it becomes a movement. And I started out, and it's been miraculous as to how personally gratifying it is to listen, and really listen, take the message, and want to do whatever I can to amass whatever experts I can to help forward that mission of women feeling like they can live with vitality and live fearlessly and joyfully and honestly, and that they matter still.
I think one of the big issues, yay to that, I think the one of big issues, we're seeing a transition to new business models, because the old business models are declining, but the new business models aren't really enough to support the kind of work we want to do, the content creation, digital news, et cetera. And at our company, we found a way to work with purpose-driven brands who, brands increasingly are taking on big societal issues, from gender equality to racial justice to environmental sustainability to health and wellness and cancer screening. So we have figured out a financial foundation for our company where we partner and do storytelling with things that they care about, things their employees care about, things that consumers care about. And that way we're able to sustain our payroll, and not only while other media companies are shrinking, we're actually growing with this model. So I think you're going to see more people doing things like that, because otherwise, it's just simply not sustainable from an economic model.
Yeah, and by the way, focusing on half the population, the math for that seems to be, kind of obvious, and something for more people to think about going forward. So we're coming to a close here, but I want to just throw out one last question for all of you to answer, because as we've heard today, it's not all doom and gloom. And so I would really just love to know, across your fields, who you see doing representation really well, who you see rewriting the rules, who you see changing the game, whether that's filmmakers or showrunners or media executives who have pushed the envelope. Who is that person? Who is that for each one of you? Nancy, we'll start with you and come on down the line.
Can we name more than one?
I feel like supporting people like Ava DuVernay is doing amazing work. I mentioned A24. I feel like A24 is like a model, I think, for everybody to follow in terms of, you can, like Moonlight, to Everything Everywhere All at Once. When you have authentic storytellers from those communities telling stories about, by, and for, right? They're not necessarily thinking, okay, I want to just reach the Marvel-wide 4-quadrant audience, but we're really telling a story that is based on my own life experience, and that resonates, right? We're not that different from each other, even though diversity is wonderful, but we actually resonate when we see someone's truth. It resonates with something true in ourselves, even if we don't understand that completely, and we want to know more, right? We need to learn more about one another and develop empathy, and that kind of storytelling is what I like to see, and I hope that studios like A24 and other, and the big legacy studios can also start to follow suit.
I mean, they're the obvious ones, There's Shonda Rhimes, and there is Viola Davis, and you've got Greta Gerwig, and that's very current and young. But I also believe that it is in storytelling. And, there's a network executive, her name is Christina Rogers, and I've done 2 films with her, and her main idea and focus is storytelling for women over 40. And that was a very unpopular idea when she brought it up, and she fought for it. And it's not that I just want to only talk about myself, but what is very important is that we look at the big ways people can change and the big platforms that they use, but then the little ones, the smaller executive that is fighting for a storyline that does involve showing all of these the diversity of women across the board. And so I think it's also in the small little brushstrokes that I feel change is happening and growing.
As I get more into documentaries, I've done a number of them, but also even scripted projects, I am very grateful, as Brooke mentioned, to people like Viola Davis, who has her own production company, Reese Witherspoon. You wouldn't believe how many female-run production companies have popped up. Now, the question is, will the people who make the decision as streamers see the value of these shows that focus on women or focus on older women? Because people who watch these things, they do want to see, as Nancy said earlier, themselves reflected in the content that they're consuming. So I think there's a lot going on there. And then, there are people like Kara Swisher, who has really made a name for herself in covering tech, but now so much more. Abby Phillip, I'm a big fan of. It's CNN. Jessica Valenti, I get her newsletter. It's all about abortion, and she keeps me up to date on reproductive rights. So I think people are finding their passion projects, and then they're disseminating their content to people who really want it and find it valuable. So I think there are a lot of exciting developments and sort of across the industry that we can be proud of.
It actually connects perfectly to what you're saying, because to the point of having so many fantastic female creators and founders of production companies that are making such good work, I think Bella Bajaria is such a great example. She's at Netflix at the executive level, of bringing in the content that reflects our stories in a holistic and real way. She's a woman of color, and that speaks to our earlier question about representation, right? She's in that role, and in that role in a position of power, you were able to then share that more broadly so we can all feel more seen. Then on the flip side of a different sector, not entertainment related, but since we've talked about Gloria Steinem a few times, I think she's such a fantastic example of why we all have to keep going. She's turning 90 this month. And, you look at Glow, and at 90, she still knows there's work to be done, and she's not throwing in the towel. And I think there's something so beautiful about that, to go, whether you're a 9-year-old girl or a 90-year-old woman, you can absolutely continue to make the change that we all need. And I think it's a great reminder for all of us.
Agreed. Well, listen, I cannot think of a better note to end on. I cannot think of a better way to spend International Women's Day. Thank you all so much for your representation. Thank you so much for breaking barriers in the way that each of you have and will continue to do.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Erin.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can see past my love.
And welcoming to the stage, Andrea Valdez, Amanda Zurawski, Elizabeth Monteleone, Samantha Casiano, Nancy Northup.
Hello, thank you all for waiting, appreciate it. And thank you all for coming. Quickly going to do some introductions. So I'm Andrea Valdez. I'll be moderating this conversation. I'm from The Atlantic. I'm joined by Amanda Zurawski, who is a plaintiff in the Zurawski versus State of Texas case. Samantha Casiano, who is also a plaintiff in the same case. Nancy Northup, who is president and CEO of the Center for Reproductive Rights. And Liz Monteleone, the interim general counsel for Bumble. Okay, let's get started. Amanda, Samantha, first I want to say thank you for coming, and I also want to thank you for coming to share some deeply personal experience with us on stage. I was hoping that each one of you could take a few minutes and explain to me, maybe we start with you, Amanda, about your experience, your pregnancy experience that led you to the lawsuit, to the Zurawski versus State of Texas lawsuit.
Sure, I'll start it off. Thank you everyone for being here. So in August of 2022, I was 18 weeks pregnant, and this was a baby that my husband and I desperately wanted. Went through a lot of fertility treatment to conceive her. Unfortunately, at 18 weeks, I developed a condition called cervical insufficiency, which basically just meant that my cervix was dilating prematurely. And then my membranes ruptured, and so unfortunately, we knew we were going to lose the baby. And at that point, because my membranes had ruptured, I should have been able to receive an abortion to prevent my life being in danger. But because of the laws that had just gone into effect in Texas, I couldn't get an abortion because the baby's heart was still beating. So we had to wait until I got sick enough to be considered able to get health care. And so what happened to me was I went into septic shock twice, actually, and spent a week in the ICU. And then when we were still in the hospital, my husband and I were like, we have to do something about this. And so that's kind of the short version of how we got to where we are.
And so when you say sick enough, who was determining this?
The state of Texas and Ken Paxton, because of the laws that they had written. The only way that my doctor could have intervened was if the baby's heart stopped beating or if my life was considered at risk. And so for 3 days in between the diagnosis and when I went septic, I was constantly monitoring to see whether I was sick enough to get healthcare. And it took going into sepsis before I could get it.
And then you did get the procedure because your life was threatened.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Samantha, could you tell us a little bit about your experience?
My experience was in 2022, my husband and I found out that we were pregnant. We were shocked, but excited. We went to our 20-week scan, normal, and then we were told that our daughter was diagnosed with anencephaly, which meant that her skull and her brain would not fully develop ever, and that she was incompatible with life. And from there, our lives just changed. We had to go from what now? What do we do now? And our doctor wasn't able to provide us much other than antidepressants and a funeral home paper. And we had to kind of go from there to figure out what's next, what do we do? And then I saw Amanda, and I reached out on a post from a reporter, and then I got a hold of Molly, and I just told her my story. And at first I wanted to be anonymous until I met my daughter, and then full mom mode, I was ready to fight for her and other mothers and babies.
So can you explain, so you carried the baby to term after you found out after 20 weeks that the baby had this condition and gave birth?
Right, I carried my daughter until she was born. It was super hard, emotional, mentally, physically, but I carried her until I gave birth to her.
Thank you for sharing. So then you mentioned kind of what led you to the lawsuit. So you had seen that Amanda was already engaged in this. So can you explain a little bit about what led you to this lawsuit that led you to deciding that you needed to take legal action?
Yeah, my husband and I started speaking out publicly very early after I was discharged from the hospital, actually 10 days after I was discharged, because we had talked about how this was going to impact so many people, not just in Texas, but in other states with similar bans. And we wanted to warn people and educate them. This is what can happen. And so we got engaged in some activism and some advocacy, and through that we were connected to the Center for Reproductive Rights. And people kept asking, are you going to sue? Are you going to sue? And we're like, no, how do you sue the state? How do you sue the Attorney General? That's crazy. But then after meeting with Molly, who's our lawyer at the center, and her team, after about 2 minutes, we were like, okay, we're suing the state of Texas.
All right, Nancy, that brings us to you. I'd love to talk a little bit more about this. So this lawsuit was filed against the state of Texas, where there's obviously been a lot of focus on legislation around reproductive rights. In Texas, my understanding is that there's supposed to be exceptions for medical emergencies to protect the life and health of a pregnant person. And so I'm curious from your perspective, why has this language around what constitutes a medical emergency caused so much confusion among health professionals, among physicians, and how is that tied up in this lawsuit that we're talking about today?
Great, well, let's just back up a little bit to say that so the Center for Reproductive Rights litigated the Dobbs case in the US Supreme Court. We have litigated many cases in the state of Texas over the years, and we knew as we were preparing for the loss, like everybody knew, right, after both the oral argument and the leaked draft opinion, that the case was going to be lost, that Roe versus Wade was going to be overturned. And we knew that a consequence was going to be what has happened here for both Samantha and for Amanda, just the tip of the iceberg about women here in Texas and across the country in states that ban abortion. And so we knew this was going to happen. The question was, how were we going to be able to have women who were able to stand up as both of them have done. And so what we knew was going to happen, because these exceptions, and they've existed in various bans that have been passed in other states, we knew that they weren't going to be real, that you weren't going to be able to access them. Texas says in its legislation that if your life is at risk or if you're at risk of a substantial health situation, that you can have access to abortion care. But as we see, that just doesn't happen. So we sued Texas. It was about 1 year ago, standing in Austin in front of the state capitol, so that we were holding to account those elected officials who have passed these laws. And in Texas, one of the potential consequences for violating the abortion law, if you're a doctor, a provider, or someone who's helped someone get an abortion, is 99 years in prison. So it's a life sentence. And so doctors, when they're trying to figure out giving care to patients, have this draconian 99-year, ban behind them. And so we sued for clarity, but the state of Texas doesn't want clarity, because they have opposed us in this lawsuit every step of the way. And then another woman who was familiar with the lawsuit, Kate Cox, who was pregnant when we represented her in December to sue the state of Texas so that she could end a pregnancy that was risking her health. And went all the way up to Texas Supreme Court. They didn't answer her soon enough. She had to leave the state and go to New Mexico. And then shortly after, the Texas Supreme Court said, you weren't eligible anyway. So every step of the way, the state of Texas has opposed having any clarity on this, and this is the consequence.
And just to be clear about this clarity, so the basis of the lawsuit is that there is no clarity when it says medical exception, that physicians don't feel like they know exactly what that means, what a medical exception is. And can you talk a little bit about the Kate Cox case? Because I think that part of the reason, from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that she brought that case is because she was actively experiencing, a medical emergency. And the idea was to file the lawsuit in the moment that she was experiencing the medical emergency in hopes of trying to at least get a little bit of clarity there. Can you maybe explain a little bit? Because it feels like it's a little hard to understand. Would love for you to explain why that was so important that Kate Cox filed that lawsuit in that moment.
Right. Well, Kate is the mom of 2 children and wants to have a big family. And she was pregnant with her 3rd child and was diagnosed with a fatal fetal anomaly at about, I think, 18 weeks or so. And it was risking, she's had 2 C-sections, so she was at risk of uterine rupture, which can both be deadly and also destroy your future fertility. And so she got in contact with us, and we filed the lawsuit in very short order because it was important to get it resolved. And the district court, the trial court, who heard the testimony, said it would be a miscarriage of justice for her not to get this abortion. And again, to go back to the state of Texas at that point could have said, okay, it's been adjudicated, we have an exception, a judge has ruled, you may go forward with the abortion. That's not what's happened. The Attorney General of the state of Texas, Ken Paxton, said, don't you dare, to the hospitals and doctors in the state, don't you dare give her an abortion under this court order, took it up to the Texas Supreme Court. So that is, clearly Texas does not want there to be any access to abortion care because they are fighting every attempt we have to get clarity on the law.
Can I ask, sorry to focus so much on Texas. We are in Texas, so it's hard not to. And of course, these cases deal with the state of Texas. Can I ask a little bit about, there's also, I'm unclear, and I'm sure a lot of people, that's what we're trying to get some clarity on is in this conversation. It seems like 3 different laws in the state of Texas. Can you explain a little bit about that? And is that complicating things as well, the fact that there's these 3 different laws that are about abortion, and is that further causing confusion? Is that a tactic, is that a strategy, or is that just like happenstance by the way that the legislation has rolled out over time? I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about that, Nancy.
Yeah, and thank you for pointing out that, of course, this is a problem in other states as well. We've sued Idaho on behalf of women in similar situations. We have also sued the state of Tennessee. I would expect more to come because this is happening. After Amanda's case was filed here in Texas, our phones were ringing off the hook with women from throughout the country that were facing the same thing. So what's also, unfortunately, a theme in other states, not just Texas, is that there are multiple bans on abortion, some which will be enforced criminally and some civilly. So in Texas, what's going on right now is you have, first of all, a pre-Roe ban. Okay, that, for almost 50 years we had Roe versus Wade, which of course came out of the state of Texas, and that was enjoined. And after Roe versus Wade was overturned, the state of Texas said, okay, let's take that very old law and bring it back into force. Then we have the SB 8, which was a civil vigilante lawsuit that Texas enacted before. It was in 2021. Which said that if you had an abortion after 6 weeks, even though it was constitutional under Roe versus Wade, that anybody could sue you for $10,000, not sue you, but sue your doctor or anyone who helped you, like, your friend or the Uber driver, for $10,000 or more at a very minimum. And then we have this, 99-year ban. So we have these 3 different bans going on. Does it make it more complicated? Any one of them alone is a problem. So, but it certainly doesn't give any medical professional the kind of assurance that they could have to go forward.
Amanda, Samantha, so both of you, like you said, have come out. You're obviously here today sharing your story. You've spoken very publicly about your experiences. I was hoping you could tell me a little bit about what your experience has been in sharing those stories. Have you received, I'm sure you've received all sorts of attention. I'm curious if you could just talk a little bit about that. Maybe Samantha, we can start with you.
For myself, yes, and family and friends have reached out, colleagues that I didn't tell. They're kind of just like, hey, I know what you're doing and I'm proud of you. And so for the majority, it is positive. I have had some family that is negative, that they've chosen to no longer speak with me anymore. For them, I am a disappointment. And that hurts, but ultimately I have to do what's right for me and my family. And this is it, so.
Wow. I'm continually blown away by Samantha's courage and similar folks in her situation. I have been very fortunate. My family, my husband's family are very supportive. Folks across the board have been supportive and encouraging. I was very fortunate to meet Brittany Watts yesterday for the first time, and if you're familiar with her story, she is from Ohio, and she miscarried at home and was criminally charged. Nancy, you can fact check me on that. But that's the gist of what happened with her, and she shared with me yesterday that she has received death threats for speaking out. She has had someone called the police and said that they were her boyfriend and that they had shot her and she was dead, and so it was, a SWAT team. And she is a person of color, and I recognize my privilege in this, being that I'm white, and we know that these bans disproportionately affect people of color. And that's a big motivation for why my husband and I continue to speak out, because we don't have that same fear. And we recognize that we're privileged in that. And so again, Sam, I'm just blown away by you.
Thank you.
And I'm curious, both of you, just, how has your employer felt? Have you had any support from your employers on this issue as well?
For myself, when I found out immediately, I went in and I spoke with my team lead and then my boss, and they were very supportive, thankfully, because I don't know what would I have done if they weren't as supportive. Having to go into office pregnant, the baby questions, and oh my gosh, how far along are you? What are you having? And such, there was no way I was going to be able to do that. And they were very supportive to shield me, and I was able to work from home.
That's great.
Likewise, yeah,
Likewise.
my employer's been great.
Liz, I'm curious, this dovetails with your work at Bumble. For people who, does everybody here know what Bumble is? Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure. So, women-centric, women-led app, that ostensibly is about dating, family formation, I would imagine, down the line for a lot of these folks. I was hoping that you could talk to us a little bit about Bumble's involvement in this lawsuit. They're based here in Texas. You filed an amicus brief with this lawsuit. It feels very significant for a well-known employer in the state to vocalize support. Why did the company feel compelled to do this?
So, as you said, Bumble is women-founded, women-led, and gender equality has been central to our mission from day one. And with that, we think women's empowerment is key. Our mission is to create a world where all relationships are healthy and equitable. We've always supported reproductive rights, but throughout the years, as we've seen these continued attacks on women, our voice in that support has gotten much louder. So when SB 8 came down, we're headquartered right here in Austin, Texas. When SB 8 came down, one of our immediate steps was to make sure that we are taking care of our employees here and around the globe and throughout the US who might be impacted. And then we were starting to raise our voice on social media. When Dobbs was overturned, we took out a billboard in Times Square on the NASDAQ billboard, again, reiterating our view that reproductive rights are human rights. Abortion is healthcare, healthcare is a human right. And we were very firm in that stance, but we were always looking for a way to get more tangibly involved. When SB 8 came down, I've offered many, many times to try to get arrested so that we could challenge the law. Apparently, it's not a very good look if your legal team gets arrested. So that didn't work out. But we were in talks with the center already, and we came to them and said, what can we do? How can we help? And they were telling us about this lawsuit and helped us find this opportunity to write this amicus brief that argues from the position of businesses that are impacted by these restrictive laws. We know that abortion has an impact on individuals, but there's a profound negative impact on society as a whole, and particularly for businesses. We were looking at the lens, and what we were putting forth in the brief was talking about the increased cost to us to attract and retain talent in Texas, the increased costs for us to provide healthcare benefits to our employees. So, we found that because of our position having been founded with women at the forefront from the beginning and having that voice and that legitimacy to begin with, we could combine that with this very business-centric argument and help support the case.
And do you think that that's been resonant with business leaders in the state?
I think so. We were very proud of how many other businesses signed on to this amicus brief. We had businesses from across Texas, some that are headquartered here, some that are headquartered throughout the rest of the U.S., but our corporate peers, we've received a lot of support from them, and we continue to call on all of our other peers to find opportunities to get involved as well.
Now, have you at Bumble, or have you heard of other businesses that, you mentioned this a moment ago, have had trouble recruiting and retaining talent? Have there been people at your company who have unfortunately had to leave because they've made the decision that for them they can't live in Austin or in Texas, I suppose, or in any of the states that I'm sure you have employees all over that are being impacted, not just here?
So we, since SB 8, have seen a reduction in our Texas workforce by about a third. Those employees are choosing to move elsewhere. There are a variety of laws in Texas that I think many people find incompatible with living a healthy life and being their authentic self. So we are a remote-first company, and we've supported employees who've chosen to move out of state, and we will no longer require individuals to join in Austin, even though we are headquartered there.
And can you talk a little about, you also mentioned in the amicus brief that, it seems as though there's a lot of people who are actively leaving the state, that there's a big chilling effect. Is it something that other businesses have talked to you about this same thing? I mean, I feel like there was maybe more than a dozen instances of people who had said that they were either leaving the state or they weren't coming to the state. Are those people who were other businesses that filed in the amicus, or is that just through your research that you were finding that that was also happening?
It's both. We've heard anecdotally from our peers that signed the amicus brief with us that they will have similar challenges attracting and retaining talent in particular. And then, of course, we hear from members of our community and members all over that these are considerations of theirs when they're thinking about if they're going to accept a job, if they're going to stay at a job. The consideration about location is a very real factor.
And you talked a little bit a moment ago about some of the things that you were doing to provide resources to your employees. What does that look like? And is that something that other businesses are sharing with each other about what it is that you do in order to share resources with your employees who might be looking for these services and can't get them in the states where they live?
Yeah, so we introduced enhanced benefits, including opportunities to cover costs for individuals who seek the full spectrum of reproductive rights, whether that's abortion, IVF, surrogacy, egg freezing. It can also cover things like gender-affirming health care. So we have that available to our employees on a confidential basis. And we do know that there are other companies that have introduced similar benefits for their employees as well. I'm trying to think off the top of my head there were some very vocal advocates for that, certainly right after SB 8 came into effect. But, again, we wanted to immediately make sure that we were taking care of our employees. And so this was an additional benefit on top of allowing individuals, unlimited time off and access to mental health resources that we are already providing.
And have you received any blowback? What was the reaction when Bumble did this? Because, it was something that was pretty public.
It was. We have had a very supportive reaction when we have come out, and some of our most memorable moments have been when we have spoken out on behalf of women, and particularly in support of reproductive rights. Again, because we are mission-driven and we have been since day one, we have been, advocating for women's rights and speaking out against the retrogression of women's rights. It wasn't new for us. It's something that our community very much expects from us. So when we were looking at this opportunity, when we've thought about any of the other times where we've taken very vocal stances in support of reproductive rights, we feel that it is important that we do speak out because it's a bigger risk to us and our, legitimacy as a brand that supports women if we were to say nothing.
Well, I'm sure you're watching the news right now from a business perspective, what's happening with IVF in Alabama. I was hoping we could talk a little bit about that today. I know it's not necessarily Texas or this particular case, but recently the Alabama Supreme Court ruled that frozen embryos are children and protected by state law. This caused a panic in the state with clinics pausing IVF services. And then 2 days ago, very breaking news, the Alabama governor signed into law legislation that offers clinics, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Nancy, civil and criminal immunity in the event of the destruction of an embryo. But there was no language that changed the idea that embryos outside of the body are considered children. And am I getting it right? Great. Nancy, can you talk a little bit about the implications of this fetal personhood, this notion of the embryos living outside of the body being considered children, or just the concept of fetal personhood in general? Is this a new battleground in kind of the legal fight?
Well, it's been a battleground for a long time because those who oppose individuals and families for making their own decisions about their reproductive health, their family formation, have been pushing embryonic personhood for a very long time.
And can you explain why?
And on a theological basis, that a fertilized egg has the same rights and should have the same rights as a full-blown person. This is not the law. The United States Supreme Court has made clear, and it's not been reversed by Roe versus Wade, that only born persons have constitutional rights. And the theology of it, the Alabama Chief Justice wrote a concurring opinion in the case, which was completely biblical and theological, which should not have a place in American jurisprudence. We have separation of church and state, should rely on legal concepts. But this concept has been, a battleground for a long time. And, but I want to just point out that none of these are popular with the American people. The voters of Mississippi, well over a decade ago, voted down an attempt in Mississippi to establish fetal personhood in their constitution. And they understand that it means a threat to things like IVF and to contraception and elsewhere. So it's really important that people pay attention to it, that the fact that, Alabama politicians scrambled to try to fix the issue doesn't fix it. All of this, whether we think about getting access to the maternity care that you should get, and that includes termination of pregnancy and abortion in certain circumstances, ending a pregnancy for whatever reason, building your families through IVF. All of these are about the basic fundamental right in a free society for reproductive autonomy, for people to be able to make the decisions about their families. It's one of the most important decisions that we make in our lifetime. And so this is really an ideological battle that we need people off the sidelines. Like every single person on this stage has gotten off the sidelines, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Amanda and Samantha, of standing up. And that's what we need. 70% of the United States public supports the right to abortion. And so we need to have people, and particularly the Center for Reproductive Rights, in addition to going to court, has been working with companies who understand that this is an issue that should be left to their employees and their customers and should not be one. It is bad for business. And we actually, I think later in the program, we'll have a QR code that's going to go up if you want to learn more about how, if you are an employer, that you can stand up and really oppose these. It is terrible. It is not safe to be pregnant in any state that bans abortion. And so we need companies to get off the sidelines, and many, Levi's, you know, Lululemon, H&M, a lot of companies are, and we need more to join them.
Well, it's interesting you talk about how there is not public support for a lot of this legislation. And I'm curious, Samantha, Amanda, if either of you, in people hearing your stories, if they've come to you and been surprised about what abortion legislation means, because it doesn't feel like this kind of binary, you're for it or against it. There's this big gray in the middle of situational circumstances that you both embody. And I wonder if you've had conversations with people where it feels as though it's complicated their view on the issue.
Absolutely, 100% it has. After I was diagnosed, before I went septic, our family, who lives in the Midwest, so very similar climate, just did not understand. They were like, why can't you get health care? Like, why are you in this situation? Why are you waiting? So there's a lot of explaining we had to do. And we're from Indiana. It's fairly conservative. We have fairly conservative family and friends. And a lot of them have changed their opinions. A lot of them have changed their votes. And so, yeah, I mean, I think we're really seeing a shift in how people think about abortion as just healthcare, which is what it is.
Samantha, have you had a similar experience, or?
Yes. So my mother, we were raised Catholic, and for her, abortion is a no-go. There's nothing. And then I went through the situation, and my mother cried, and she hugged me, and she told me that she understands now, and she gets it. And hearing all the women that I tell her about, and she's like, wow, just wow, I can't believe that I thought this way for so long, and my own daughter needed it. And she tells me, I'm here for you now, I hear you. And she tells everyone now. She now tells everyone, and abortion is healthcare, it is. So it's definitely different in my household now than it was before for a majority of my family.
And is this something that the business community is also seeing in the employee base, or people, you know, being more vocal? Is this something that has come up among employers and employees?
I do think we're seeing companies begin to feel more confident in being vocal with this. Again, we know that these bans are bad, period. They are bad for individuals, but they are also bad for business, and I think companies are seeing when others are stepping forward and being vocal in their advocacy and their support, and it's, empowering others to get involved as well. So I do think, we see the numbers. We know that the majority of people in the United States support some form of access to abortion. So I think there is a general trend in that direction for companies finding their voices.
And after the Dobbs decision came down, a lot of really big companies that may not have stepped out yet into the policy arena, but in terms of their own company policies, first of all, they cover abortion care in their healthcare policies, and they were covering travel out of state. Big banks and big manufacturing companies, and all of them are clearly in their corporate policies understand that abortion care is healthcare, and so it's like making sure that people can take that next step and be public about it from a policy perspective, because we are going to ultimately need to have federal legislation that protects the right to abortion care. And so we need support in that as a policy matter, because that's the only way we're going to be able to get this, 70% who support the right to abortion to be able to make sure no matter what state you live in, and no matter what reason, that you're able to get the health care that you want.
And do you think that the IVF situation is actually going to draw more attention and make people even more, it's going to be something that people are paying more attention, because it feels like something like IVF that people really actively want? If that's under threat, will it activate them?
Yes, because I think that people are coming to see and realize that when we talk about reproductive health care, and this has always been true, we mean all of it. right? We mean what kind of contraception you may choose to plan your family. It means the access to fertility care if you're having infertility issues. It means the access to good maternity care when you're pregnant, right? I think about these cases. They're maternal health cases as well as abortion cases. In your case, it's also an assisted fertility case. It's not all separate. It is all within the realm of reproductive health care, which is ultimately about health and well-being. And I think every time, all of a sudden, we have to stop looking at it as, wait, this is an IVF thing, or this is about, opposition to, IUDs, or this is about, abortion care. All of it together, it's about the ability to control your health and your fertility and your life plan, ultimately. And so I think people are beginning to see that we can't chop it up. What we ultimately need, and people want in this country to live in a free country where you're making these important decisions for yourself. People expect to be able to do it, and that's what they want.
Amanda, it was kind of referenced that you are looking through to IVF as potential to expand your family. Is this something you've been thinking about with regards to the Alabama legislation, and where is your head at on that right now?
You said there was panic in Alabama. There was panic in my household as soon as we heard that. So we have 2 frozen embryos, which is great. We're very thrilled about that. And some of you might also have frozen embryos. So I'm curious if any of you had these same thoughts that went through my head when we heard about Alabama. These are the insane things that my husband and I actually discussed. Okay, first of all, can we deduct them on our taxes this year? They are very expensive to store. If I store them in perpetuity, is the state going to pay for that? If we transport them out of the state of Texas and something goes wrong, is that human trafficking? We have to use a surrogate now because of what the state put me through. If she gets pregnant with my embryo and then has a miscarriage, is that involuntary manslaughter? Is that wrongful death? I mean, it's insane, the rabbit hole that you can go down with this. And it's great that the governor in Alabama signed that bill for the protections, but I mean, the damage is done, right? And if you've been through IVF, you know how critical the timing is. To delay an hour can be catastrophic to someone's cycle. And so my heart was just shattered for all of those families in Alabama who were delayed. Some of them missed entire transfer windows. It's devastating. And to have to go through that because the state is telling you that you don't have control over the way that you plan your own family is just, it's cruel. And so my husband and I actually did make the decision to move our embryos out of Texas, somewhere that we feel they'll be safer.
Wow. Have either of you ever felt compelled to leave the state just given what has happened, or is it something where, no, you wouldn't leave?
Well, we're born and raised here, and this is all we know. So, no. Maybe a slight thought when we were trying to figure out where are we going to go for health care. But ultimately, our life is here, our seeds are here. So it's just unfair for us to make that move when they're being unfair to us. It's cruel. So to move our whole family out because of them or someone else, to me, is almost like running away. And I want to stand here and I want to fight until it's right.
Has it ever crossed your mind, or do you feel the same?
No, I feel the same. Couldn't say it better.
We also have time for Q&A if people, I think should be a way to do that. I'm not sure, but wanted to let folks know. But I have some more questions, of course. So I wanted to ask Nancy, so where are we currently in the case, in the Zurawski versus State of Texas case? Where are we right now, and kind of what do you see happening next?
So it's been argued before the Texas Supreme Court in November, I think, and we're waiting for a decision from that court. I mean, it is the court that did not give Kate Cox an abortion in December when we were before that court. So we shall see what happens. But, whatever happens, first of all, it's critical to continue to stand up and to have others stand up and hold the state of Texas accountable. And it's also, we are winning in the court of public opinion. I mean, let's just go back to Kate Cox for a moment. In December, when her case hit the news, in 1 week, there are 25,000 news articles about it. She was just at the State of the Union last night as a guest of the First Lady. The President of the United States referenced her in his address to the nation. I mean, it's been transformative in terms of being on people's radar. And the number of, we got so many letters and calls and emails about, we want Kate to know that she's not alone and she's so brave. We actually had to open a portal on our website so that people could just put the emails in there. So the court of public opinion is really important, and we can't ever let a bad Supreme Court decision, and that's what the Dobbs case is, be the last word of it. We're not going to. We're going to make sure that these voices get lifted up and heard. Whatever the Texas Supreme Court does, we're going to continue fighting.
And do you know when that decision could come? Is it like what determines that?
Any day.
Any day.
When they're done writing.
And do you have a sense of a likely outcome, or is it could be anything?
I mean, we will see.
And does it end with the Texas Supreme Court, or can it continue?
It ends, we have sued under Texas's Constitution. So all of us have our rights under the federal Constitution, which the Supreme Court just took away with respect to abortion rights and rights under a state constitution. But it doesn't mean that it's the end of suing the state of Texas, because they're going to continue to violate the rights of people in the state who are pregnant.
So there could continue to be similar cases brought over and over again in perpetuity? Sorry, I'm just not...
We'll see. I mean, this case was brought now on behalf of 22 plaintiffs. A couple of them are doctors who can't practice their profession and care for their patients as they were. The rest are individuals like Samantha and Amanda. But, we'll have to see what the Supreme Court says, but we're not going to stop. We're going to continue to hold the state accountable.
Yeah. I actually also wanted to ask, there's this narrative that's emerged that suggests that the legal framework and legislative strategies that have been established by anti-abortion legislators and advocates have been really tight and really focused, and that's how we ended up with Roe being overturned. That's how we wound up, with some of the legislation that we're seeing on the state level. Nancy, as someone who's thinking about these legal strategies and tactics, what do you make of that narrative?
Well, I fundamentally disagree with it. I would say that the Supreme Court's decision in Bush v. Gore is what got us to where we are today. I mean, people have to remember that there has just been a series of things that have fallen, on the favor side of those who wanted to overturn Roe versus Wade. Number one, some hanging chads in the state of Florida, and the U.S. Supreme Court deciding in the 2000 election that they were going to hold the count in Florida. That could have come out different. George W. Bush got to put 2 conservatives on the Supreme Court because of that, right? Justice Ginsburg died right before the 2020 election, and President Trump pushed through a nominee. President Obama didn't get his nominee to the Supreme Court with Merrick Garland because the Senate did something they'd never done before, which is not get the president their appointee to the Supreme Court. So we have a Supreme Court because of a bunch of those kind of things. We also have structural issues in our American politics with the way the Senate has 2 senators for every state, and that includes a lot of states with just 500, 600,000 people. So that narrative that somehow it's been a smart strategy, no, it's been a seizing of power, which we have to fight against. The majority of the American people don't like this. They are opposed to it. They want people to be able to make these decisions for themselves.
And so then what do you think is the most powerful way to establish some sort of national framework that would counteract a lot of these state-level pieces of legislation? What is the thing that has to happen? Is it just suing at the state level? Are there lawsuits that have to happen at the national level? Or is it the business community, or just like you said, stories and people coming out? I'm kind of curious what you think might actually have the most powerful, way to kind of, again, change things maybe at the national level.
With everything, when you're fighting for change, it's an ecosystem. So to begin with, every single person using their voice is absolutely critical. So whether it's a company, whether it's people standing up in a lawsuit, whether it's people talking on social media, all of that is incredibly important. The ballot initiatives that are going on in every single state, so far they've been won, Ohio and Michigan and Vermont and California, protecting the right to reproductive freedom in their constitutions. Those words never appeared in any state constitution until after the Dobbs case and Roe versus Wade was overturned. Florida's going to be on the ballot. Colorado's going to be on the ballot. Missouri, maybe Arizona, and others this year. So that's really important. But there are states like Texas that is not going to solve the problem. There's federal legislation, the Women's Health Protection Act. It has passed the House of Representatives twice, got 49 votes last time it was voted on in the Senate. It would establish the right to abortion across the nation. So all of these things are important, but again, for everyone to think about what they can do to ensure that their voice is heard. Finding your voice is the theme of this panel, and again, it's really important for businesses not to be on the sideline. The chaos that's going on in these 14 states that ban abortion, the more that are trying to, it's bad for business.
Do you think there could be some legislative, some legal cases that businesses could bring that would have an impact? Liz, I'm curious your perspective from the business perspective, if that's something where, on a national level, could a case be brought?
I think we would, of course, be open to an opportunity like that should it arise. I think, the impact is usually at the individual level, and the ability to challenge these tends to be, by those who are directly impacted. But if a path were to exist, we're constantly looking for other ways to continue to get involved and to encourage other companies to get involved. So should it arise, I'm sure we would be one of the first in line to support.
But I guess my question really is, what would a case have to look like? That could that happen? Could there be a case that a business brings that could have national ramifications for abortion protection?
I think that's a great question. I am not sure how that exact path forward would be. Nancy, I don't know if you've had a chance to ideate on how the companies can actually start suing the states.
Well, my guess about the way some of the bigger companies might get hauled into this is when states go after them for their employee benefit policies, like supporting their employees for going out of state, because some states have threatened those kind of employers about their policies that allow their employees to go out of state. I think you're going to see this overreach of trying to say to companies, you think this is a decision for your employee benefits? Well, we want to make that decision for you. And I think that's how some of the companies may be brought into a bigger suits.
That's interesting. So that hasn't happened. No state has enforced that or done anything about that, but there's been just threats.
The state of Texas, there's the House Freedom Caucus here, I believe, is the one who sent letters to law firms. They've sent it to other companies. We did not receive a letter yet threatening them for their policies that would support individuals traveling out of state to seek abortion care. So in Texas, I know that they've sent those letters to companies.
Wow, interesting. Well, one of the things I wanted to end on, we're kind of getting close to the close here. I wanted to ask you both, Amanda and Samantha, what is it that you might tell people in the state of Texas or in other states that have some of these abortion bans? Should they get pregnant? I mean, I'm sure people are wondering that, I know you can't exactly tell them what to do, but I'm curious what you would tell a woman who's really weighing, or tell a person who's really weighing, should I or shouldn't I have a family, because I'm not sure if I'll have access to the healthcare that I might need.
I would tell them to take deep breaths. It's dangerous to be pregnant in Texas. Of course, having a family, that's a big thing in your household. So regardless, if you're going to try to have a family, take deep breaths and learn what you can do if a certain situation does come about. That way you're ready and you're prepared for the situation. And speak about it. If, God forbid, you are in a situation like ours, speak about it, because not every story is our story or Amanda's story. You have your own story, and not every pregnancy is a healthy pregnancy. So the more that you speak about it, the more that hopefully somebody else doesn't have to go through that.
I think the first thing you need to do is educate yourself on the laws in your state, your own doctor, how might they behave in a situation like this, where do they practice, what stipulations are they tied to because of the hospital where they have privileges. I think that's really important. And my husband, he is the most optimistic guy in the world, but he's got kind of a bleak outlook on this. And we've actually had conversations with friends who have become pregnant since our ordeal. And he said, look, you gotta pack 2 bags. You gotta have your go bag for, you know, the good one for when you're going to the hospital and you're bringing home a baby. And you gotta have the one if you have to flee. And it's bleak, but it's also reality.
You did mention that you have to familiarize yourself with the legislation in your state. Nancy, I'm sure that the Center for Reproductive Rights has resources on this. I'm curious to know, like, how can people actually familiarize themselves with what is going on in their state?
Yes, we do have on our website, which is reproductiverights.org, we have a 50 states that you can click on and find out about what is the situation in your state. You can sign up for email alerts. And so all of that is really, really important to do. And then, of course, also, anybody can call the Center for Reproductive Rights. If you're in a state and you run into a situation with your state, we're happy to talk to you about potential representation.
Well, I think we're going to have to leave it there for now. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it, and thank you all for coming and talking and listening to our talk.
Thank you.
I could see past my
Hi everyone, I hope your first day of South by is going well. My name is Sarah Kim. I am a member of the conference programming team, working closely with Keynote and featured speakers. I'm super excited to be here and to announce this next session, but before I do, I did want to call out, if you'd like to participate in the audience Q&A, we'll be running that through Slido, so please feel free to ask or upvote questions by going to the session listing in the South by Southwest Go app or on the online schedule and clicking the Engage button. So with that said, we are very excited to have this session here today. I'm sure I'm not alone when I say that election years can bring up a lot of hard feelings and emotions. Here today, we have some incredible speakers to talk about the power of caring in these crucial election years and why voting at the local, city, and state levels matter more than you think. So please join me in welcoming to the South by Southwest stage comedian, actor, and advocate Ilana Glazer, artist, rapper, and singer Danny Brown, Austin City Councilwoman Vanessa Fuentes, Texas State Representative James Talarico, and ACLU's nationwide Director of Artists and Entertainment Engagement, Jessica Weitz.
Thanks so much.
Hello, hello, hello. What is up, Austin? Hi. Hi, you nerds. You came? Are you nerds? Thanks so much. I'm a nerd too. Thank you for being here. My name is Ilana Glazer. My pronouns are they and she, and I'm the co-founder of the Generator Collective, which was founded in 2016, aiming to humanize policy. We'll give it a try. We host conversations like this. We throw dance parties all around the country where you can get a cheat sheet for the voting booth on upcoming elections at the local and state level, and we make those cheat sheets also in the form of web series for state and federal elections. So in this next hour, we're going to highlight the importance of local and state elections and how they affect our basic human rights. And also how the decisions of our basic human rights sit in the hands of those policymakers who are at the local level. So I'm partnering with ACLU to put this event on because I myself am struggling to feel motivated. I've been an activist, an organizer, an advocate pointedly for the past, it's 2024, right? So 14 minus 6 is 8, 2016. So for the past 8 years, and I'm finding myself at a newly dehumanized place when it comes to politics. And I thought, how might I feel a little bit better? And that is to look at just to talk about it, first of all, and to look at local elections. So my co-host is Jess Weitz in the pink here. Whoop, whoop! Her pronouns are she, her, and she's the Director of Artist and Entertainment Engagement at the ACLU. Jess, you come from managing and supporting artists in the music industry and create and lead how the ACLU nationwide works with artists to build our activist platforms to serve the most tactical and critical good across the many issues ACLU fights for, which includes queer rights, reproductive freedom, immigrants' rights, racial justice, classroom censorship, and voting rights, which is not all of the issues that they serve.
We have a lot of issues, don't we?
Yeah, you guys got issues. So our guests, we are so lucky to have these guests. We are so lucky and privileged to have you, Danny Brown, a musician. Yeah, give it up for Danny Brown for being here with us tonight, this afternoon. Danny's a musician and podcast host. He was a prodigy breaking into the local Detroit music scene at the young age of 22. He built his solo career as an international touring superstar with 7 albums, the most recently, which is called Quaranta, and he's touring that now. His fire is undeniable, his sound is totally unique, and as a podcast host and public personality, Danny is real and true, and we, his fans, love him for it. So in 2020, Danny worked with Generator because it was his first time voting, and he offered his story and experience on our digital series so that other people voting for the first time could see that choice modeled.
So I'm going to keep it going. So we have the 2 superstars over there. And our next superstar that we want to introduce you to is Vanessa Fuentes. Her pronouns are she, her. Yes, give it up for your local council person here in Austin. She represents District 2 on the Austin City Council. She was born and raised in Central Texas. Vanessa's mother immigrated from Mexico. Her father is a military veteran. And since taking office in 2021, Vanessa has fought for and improved the health and livability, the affordability. She's focused on creative arts, which we love, and the quality of life for all people living in Austin. Thank you. And we have another superstar, James Talarico. Please give it up. His pronouns are he, him. Since 2018, James Talarico has represented the 52nd district in the Texas House of Representatives. So before joining the State House, James was a teacher with Teach for America, teaching 6th grade English in San Antonio. I'm wondering which is harder. And he's an 8th generation Texan. Thank you.
Wild. So a quick icebreaker before we start. What song or artist are you guys into right now?
Me right now, I'm listening to a artist named Underscores.
Underscores?
Yeah,
cool.
I really love Underscores.
Yeah.
So
cool, what's their vibe?
My go-to shower music.
Okay, cool.
You know.
Underscores. Let's take notes.
Very nice. I mean, I'm a big Taylor Swift fan. I'm a Swiftie.
Swiftie in the
house. So I'm super excited for her new album, The Tortured Poet Society, which is going to drop in April. So I'm very excited. I love all of her albums, and she's one of my favorite artists.
Did you see her on tour?
I did.
Ooh, how was it?
It was incredible. The Eras Tour, amazing. Highly recommend it. If you haven't seen it, it's going to be streaming live, I think, next month on Netflix.
Cool. How about you, James?
Well, as a Texan, I'm very excited that Beyonce is releasing a country album.
Yes!
So, I think 16 Carriages is one of the best songs I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, so good.
Very excited about that album.
I was excited about Texas Hold'em. I was getting down to that. I've been listening to Thames lately.
What's the vibe?
I mean, honestly, you can't replicate her vibe. What would you call it? Do you know Thames?
Yeah, she's
What would you
dope.
call her?
I don't know, it's a vibe.
It's a vibe. So unique, but it makes me so emotional, and I need it for release. What about you, Jess?
Well, I was going to say Beyonce and Texas Hold'em, but I was also listening to Danny getting ready. So,
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how to feel about that.
You should feel pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for playing with me on the icebreaker. Okay, so a big tenet of Generator is that the system is made purposely elusive so that most people don't engage with it. I'm even like the Constitution. You know what I mean? Just like from baseline, like hard to read, not chill. You know, I mean, it's just like, and then when you break it down and you see people just doing like evil shit with that elusiveness, it's like, you're not better than me. You know what I mean? You're not smarter just because you're going through the steps to pass something into a bill. And with, as a like constituent and as a voter, having that sort of weight on me, I'm wondering, Vanessa, you're in city politics and you grew up here, and I'm curious what motivated you to run, what that hinge was from citizen to someone who's like, I can actually run this place and do it well.
Yeah. I mean, for me, you know, one thing to know about Austin, which is now the 10th largest city, is you truly do realize how the system is not set up for you, right? The system's not set up for people of color. Here in this city, the capital city of Texas, we are one of the most racially segregated communities in the country. We're also segregated economically, and our interstate, it cuts our community in half between our Black and brown communities who largely reside on the east side and others who live on the west side. And the reason why I decided to run for office in 2020 is because I realized just how significant the health divide we had here in our city. If you're an Austinite who lives east, your on average life expectancy is at least 10 to 20 years less than Austinites who live west. So your zip code is determining your life outcome. Whew. And that is fundamentally not okay, especially in this day and age. And so for me, it was important to do something about it. But I will be honest, like oftentimes you don't get young people who run for office and get elected, but it matters when you have representation who actually look like you, who understand your values and are willing to fight the system to ensure that we don't have these inequities and these divides.
And that's right. And I said like elusive, and I'm talking about it being academic, but also the age thing. You know, just the fact that you're two Texas elected officials, and, you know, it's more motivating than what we're looking at federally, which is so, I don't even want to actually like put my feelings onto it, but it's really nice to see your faces and hear you talk like people that I talk to. It makes a huge difference. Danny, we worked together in 2020 on the web series, on Generator's web series, Cheat Sheet for the Voting Booth, and that was your first time voting. And you did a lot of relational organizing for that election, texting your friends, getting people together, making it a vibe, making it a day, making it kind of an event. How do you feel in the past 4 years that the culture and energy has shifted?
I just think people are more, you know, socially conscious and just being more aware of, you know, that, you know, every vote counts kind of thing, you know. As someone, you know, being from Detroit, I've been in Austin for the last 3 years. But, you know, being in Detroit, you can see how corrupt things can be. So, you know, you just got to know for yourself and for your kids, for everybody else that's coming up, that everything counts, man. So I always just try to get, you know, people excited about, you know, getting out there and trying to do the right thing.
And James, you're an 8th generation Texan. That is like unbelievable. That's crazy. How does your identity direct you to engage with the political system?
Yeah, so as an 8th generation Texan, my family's been here since it was Mexico. And I love this state, and I think a lot of you do too. You're here at South by Southwest, enjoying our Texas music, our Texas food, our Texas culture. I think I see some people wearing cowboy boots and maybe a cowboy hat here and there. But right-wing extremists have taken over our state. And they're giving Texas a bad name. I hear from folks all the time across the country, across the world, who now think Texas is one of the worst places on earth. And that breaks my heart. And, you know, when I have those conversations with people, it's helpful to remember what we love about this state. There's this old country song by Gary P. Nunn, a great Austin artist, called What I Like About Texas. And in that song, he lists the rivers and the bluebonnets and the music and the food, but he finally rests on one answer. He says, it's the spirit of the people who share this land. And that resonates with me because Texans are known for their hospitality. The nickname for our state is the friendly state. Friendship is literally our state's official motto. And what folks don't understand is that the right-wing policies that have dominated headlines don't reflect the spirit of the people who share this land.
I laughed when you said that Texas state motto is friendship because there's this comedian, Ronnie Chang, who, did anybody see that clip where he's like, that's the motto of Texas? Because, people are giving it a bad name. So, but it's true, and it's so nice to hear that it resonates with you as someone who comes from this state intergenerationally.
I also feel like that's kind of the way that we are going to counter all of the negative and the feeling of apathy, no empathy, only apathy. In this system, you have this relentless 24/7 news cycle. It feels like they're throwing bad news every day, and for good reason, there's things happening. But if we can remember the people in these states and the people who have the power to vote and the people whose lives are truly at risk, but also the ability to be uplifted by the rules and the laws that good people pass, I think that gives us hope. And it's at least, this panel is about hope, and it gives us an opportunity to kind of think of something to get us out the door and get moving. Danny, we hear a lot about this stuff, but you're an artist, so you're hearing it from your audience, you're hearing it from yourself. So where are you getting your news from? How are you taking stuff in?
Where am I getting my news from? I mean, I hate to say social media, but
that's for real, though.
That's where I spend most of my time, But and just being into a lot of socially conscious music. I will say I hear from a lot of my artist friends and stuff like that. So we hold conversations and talk about this kind of thing. So social media is probably not the best place to get your news, I would say.
But it's the real place where most people get their news, right? So, and do you feel like you're getting enough socially conscious artists stepping up with you?
Yeah, I definitely do. I mean, it definitely has changed over time. I would say it wasn't the best in the past, but now, a lot of people are waking up and seeing what's going on, and then putting it into their music as well.
James and Vanessa, let's give the audience here a little glimpse of why I think and Ilana thinks that you're the superstars that you are, and representative of people in every state and every city that you can be voting for right now. So James, tell us a little bit about bills that you're seeing at the state level that are essentially being written and voted on here that also are not just happening alone in Texas, right? They're a model for what's happening nationwide, because we've seen that happen already.
Yeah, there's this growing movement in our country called Christian nationalism. And I want to clarify, because I'm the grandson of a Baptist preacher, been going to the same church since I was 2 years old. There is nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. What it's doing is trying to control people, control what they read, control where they travel, control who they marry, control when they have children. It's masked behind Christian faith. And so what we've seen here at the local level in Texas is that Christian nationalists are using our state as a testing ground before they take some of these ideas nationwide. So I fought back against a bill that would have forced every teacher in Texas to display the 10 Commandments in public school classrooms. 10 Commandments are important to me, they're important to a lot of people, but as a former teacher, I can't imagine how a Buddhist student or a Hindu student or an atheist student would feel having the 10 Commandments posted all over their classroom. There was a bill and this is going to frighten some people, but I think it's important that you know what's being passed. A bill that would allow school districts to replace school counselors with untrained, unqualified, unsupervised religious chaplains.
Hold on a second. Just give us a second to process. That is bonkers. That is the definition of psychotic, dissociated from reality. Who is it in classrooms?
So it's these untrained chaplains. And, you know, there are chaplains who are doing important work in hospitals and prisons and the armed forces. And a lot of those chaplains have a master's degree. A lot of those chaplains take coursework in counseling and mental health. But the bill that was passed here in Texas has no standard for these chaplains to meet before they're working with our students. I try to assume good intentions in everybody, even folks I disagree with, try to find common ground. So when this bill was put forward, I filed some amendments to make the bill better, right? I said, okay, well, let's make sure they have a master's degree. Let's make sure that they don't proselytize in a public school. Let's require parental consent before a child meets with this chaplain. All of those amendments were rejected. So then I start to think, well, maybe this isn't a good faith effort to help kids. Maybe it is part of this Christian nationalist movement to blur the lines between church and state and attack our marginalized students in public schools around the state. But I do want to say, this was a state policy. It was up to local communities whether or not they implemented it. And folks across our state got riled up about this. I posted a TikTok about this with me asking questions of the bill author, and it got like 8 million views, and suddenly people started calling their school districts. And this is Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Christians, non-Christians, and I'm happy to say that as of last week, the 25 biggest school districts in Texas have rejected this policy at the local level. So there's a way to fight back.
Which actually comes full circle to getting our news on social media. You know, it's like such a blessing and a curse because it's a almost democratized way that we can reach each other, and we do, but then we're siphoned off into these binary points of view, I guess.
And if you're not reaching out, trying to find other points of view, just to educate yourself, you don't actually know what's happening in other parts of the, deep, dark internet. So,
James, is that bill still going around in other school districts?
Yeah, so that was good news. Bad news is that this bill, like I said, is being exported across the country. So it's already passed the lower chamber in 4 other states, and there are 5 other states where it was introduced just recently in the past few weeks. So I want you to be aware that this is happening, but also have hope that there's a way to fight back and win for our democracy, our Constitution, and ultimately our faith traditions. This damages religion and people of faith because it's a perversion of Christianity, and I think there should be some optimism that we can fight back and win.
And what I'm hearing from you is people fought back, right? And it made a difference. Vanessa, you represent Austin. We're all here as your guests pretty much today. So, how are other cities uniquely positioned to fight against conservative legislation? What have you learned? What can you say to give guidance?
Yeah, I think first we have to ask ourselves, why are our state legislators, particularly of a certain side, very focused on stripping away local control and local authority? What is it about local policymakers that is so threatening to our state lawmakers? And what we know is that our local electeds are closest to the people. You go to your grocery store, your library, you're going to see your council member. We're driving the streets that you drive on. We're taking the bus. We're breathing the same air. And so we're uniquely positioned to understand the unique needs and interests of the people that we are so privileged to represent. Unfortunately, as James was saying, what we're seeing is this nationwide trend of legislatures very focused and intentionally trying to strip away. And what gives me hope is that what our communities have really organized and fought back from those efforts. And an example that we have here in Texas is we know recently, and this was decades in the making, we have essentially outlawed abortion in our state, which is it's a travesty for us to take 3 steps backwards in this day and age. But what we were able to do at the local level is pass legislation that decriminalized abortion. I hate to say those words, right? But that's effectively what we've done. We took action and we said that we're not going to dedicate any resources, any personnel. We are not going to prosecute any reported crimes because we understand what Austinites' needs are and what our wants are and what the priorities are for our community. We had 30 other cities across the nation pass similar legislation. And that is one way we can fight back when we have state overreach, when we have this abusive preemption. And that's where the power is. It's in the people. It's in the everyday Austinite, everyday Texan, everyday American organizing their communities, making their voice heard, showing up at city halls and state capitals and saying, this is not enough. We demand more, we deserve better, and we need to do something about it.
And I didn't even know that you can have a city within a state have that kind of power. So it shows, a city within a state can fight back, a state within a country can fight back, proactive and reactive.
And these certain lawmakers are trying to make Texas the breeding ground for the stripping of basic human rights, but then the people can stand up and make it the blueprint for how to fight that, which is
inspiring.
much needed inspo. Jess, where do you get your news? Since we've been working together, at such a granular level, these bills that are being passed, and Jess is like, wait till you see what's coming out next week. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to know yet. You know what I mean? I want to enjoy the rest of my week. How do you get news outside of being so up in it?
I wish I wasn't always so up in it, I feel like I'm like looking at it from the inside.
I wonder if you even do read the news beyond, because you're doing...
I read the news. I also try to read other news from other countries to maybe get some other perspective on how people see us. But I'm lucky. I mean, listen, I work at the ACLU. We have a lot of really smart people who are, at the forefront telling me this is happening and giving a little heads up. So yeah, I sometimes know early, this isn't gonna go so well.
Yeah.
But that also gives us a little bit of time to prepare, right?
Yeah. And also I have a question, Vanessa and James. There's so much tech coming into Texas, LOL, here we are at South by. How do you put guardrails? How can a state or city put guardrails on, I'm becoming obsessed with taxing billionaires. I feel like I'm an aging Jew and I look like Bernie, when I sit in a chair and cross my legs. So I'm just yeah, this is ruining the planet. Is there a way?
Mittens?
What?
Mittens?
Yeah. And I'm wondering at the city and state level, if you're seeing it, feeling it, the effect of tech coming in and so many people coming in because of your awesome tax situation, and how you might put guardrails up in your position.
Yeah, so there's a variety of ways. Austin, we're now the 10th largest city. We're experiencing a tremendous amount of growth in our city. And as part of that, something that I've been very uniquely focused on is how do we ensure that Austinites are still able to call Austin their home, right? Because we have so many families that are getting priced out because of the income divide is getting greater and greater each and every day. So I focus a lot on anti-displacement policies. And so what that looks like is ensuring that we have housing navigators who are going into our neighborhoods that are rapidly changing, rapidly gentrifying, and they're providing information and resources to them on programs and services that are available. Now, knowing that we are in the digital age, and I know the big theme this year at South by is AI, artificial intelligence. I also brought forward an action on City Council where we passed an action that was geared on, okay, what does it look like for AI within our city? What does that look like for our municipal government? What are the guardrails that we can put in place? Because we want to ensure that with this rapidly evolving technology, it does and it can result, we know this, in racial biases. So we have to protect ourselves. We have to ensure that we protect our privacy or data rights. All of those are so important. So even as a tech city, we have to ensure that we're being proactive because we know AI is here to stay. I mean, it's everywhere now. But we want to make sure that that our citizens are protected and that they understand the technology.
Yeah, and we've talked about tech and social media and these billionaire-run platforms. They are manipulating our politics. They're abusing our attention, and they flatten us in so many ways. They rob us of context. They deliberately provoke conflict to get more clicks and therefore get more profit. And in my experience, things like fear and anger and outrage are like empty calories, right? They can give you a temporary boost of energy, but it doesn't nourish you. It doesn't sustain you. I just finished reading Jonathan Igg's new biography on Martin Luther King Jr., and I was struck by how Dr. King and his movement maintained hope in the darkness, and how they persevered when things got difficult, and how they refused to demonize and dehumanize their opponents. And it was because they practiced politics not as a sport, not as a hobby, but as a spiritual discipline, right? They were anchored in something bigger and deeper and something eternal. And I think that's true of the social movements throughout history, that they're rooted in these spiritual traditions. And I think that's what progressives in this country have lost. And it's why we all feel so hopeless. It's why we all feel so burnt out, because we're anchored to our phones and not our traditions, right?
And just doom scrolling, right? So if like voting is a muscle, then I would think then it's also part of our workout that we need to, really combat that. And especially, right, in these like next 6 or 7 months, it's going to be a lot, and it's going to be dark. So we almost have to work even harder to not like fall down the doom scroll, right?
Yes, and this new kind of politics needs to be done in the real world, in community with flesh and blood human beings. That's the only way this is going to work. We have to move from politics as a hobby to politics as a real, serious, spiritual discipline. I think that's the only way we're going to save
and not as a sport.
Right.
Danny, I'm wondering what policies you're aware of right now from the news you take in. Like book bans were big for a minute. Now I'm so...
Still big.
Yeah, for a minute, like still being totally destroyed in classrooms. I'm like so confused about people saying IVF as a policy, but I'm like, this is just the reproductive freedoms sector, right? But they like move the target kind of, or they do strategically. Is what's coming up in your mind and what you're taking in?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm
Cool.
completely lost.
Cool.
Well, but Danny, when you were living like in Detroit before you moved here, what was happening in your community in Detroit that you couldn't help but see and then be politicized just from living there?
I mean, right before I left, I left right after COVID and the whole pandemic thing happened, and it was, Detroit is like a one step forward, one step back kind of city. Like every time we think it's getting better, it ends up just becoming even worse than what it was. So it was, I don't know, it was getting, I would say, more gentrified than it ever been. It was, things was looking on up. It was looking cool, man. And then, once the pandemic happened, I seen a lot of like up and coming businesses, a lot of like local stuff was getting shut down every day. And it was, it was pretty sad. I try to go back as much as I can, see my family and stuff. But every time I go back, it's just like, oh man, I'm so happy I live in Texas now. but it's, yeah, man, Detroit is a crazy place, man.
What does it feel like being here as an artist? Especially compared to being from home. Like I grew up on Long Island. I live in New York. How does it feel to have moved to such a different place?
I would say it's a lot less stressful. I feel like, it does get real hot here where you can't go outside almost. But in Detroit, it's almost like every year you probably get 3 or 4 months where you can't go outside because of the weather, So it was almost like that was my time where I was at my most creative because I didn't have any choice to do anything but stay in my house and work on music and stuff. And here, it's a lot more things to do, but I've kept myself disciplined and, travel around and work and stuff. But, I think for me personally, as living somewhere almost 40 years and coming here, it was just a time for me to leave. It's like I outgrew that place, and I'm much more healthier here. You know, when I first moved here, I had intentions on, you know, cleaning up. I was messing up a little bit with my addictions, and you know, lived too close to 6th Street, and it got a little worse. But I was able to, you know, get help. I went to rehab, and, you know, next week I'll be 1 year sober, so.
Congratulations.
I can, you know, and I really feel like if I didn't move here, that probably never would have happened, you know.
That's inspiring. Which is something that we need so desperately. It's so crazy, like the framework of how, just at baseline, I feel, and I'm like an optimistic person, just generally, but at baseline, things just feel so dire and freaky and sickening. But then to hear just a few examples of the way that what you've accomplished, even your long-term framework, Vanessa and James, how your long-term framework and how you're operating within the system, it like changes my context so quickly. Like the mood in my mind, it shifts so quickly where it's like, yeah, maybe you can, maybe we can survive. You know, it's like such a quick, surprisingly easy shift in my mind. So not for sport, but just for muscle memory, I'm wondering if you guys can offer some more wins. Maybe, well, I really wrote this in a sports analogy, the best to my ability, someone who's not really athletically inclined, but both on the offense and defense that you've achieved, something that we can just take with us as hopeful.
Yeah, you know, part of this Christian nationalist movement is trying to pass these things called private school vouchers. And if you're not an education policy person, you may have never heard of this, but essentially it's an effort to take tax dollars out of our public schools, which are underfunded as they are. Texas is 43rd in the nation in per student education funding. So it's taking dollars out of the classroom and giving it to unaccountable private schools, usually Christian private schools. Again, part of this effort to blur the lines between church and state. And the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, made this his top legislative priority for the year last year. He barnstormed the state, he bullied lawmakers, bribed some lawmakers, but we were able to defeat that bill at the end of the year because we built a broad-based coalition that didn't just include Democrats like me and Vanessa, but also included small-town, rural Republicans, because they understood that if the public school goes away in these small towns, there's not going to be anything left. Schools in these towns are not just places where you learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. They're community hubs, right? Friday Night Lights. It's what brings people together. And so they recognized it was in their interest to join this bipartisan coalition. And once we did that, we stood strong, we defeated that voucher scam, and now we're pushing the governor to actually fund public schools and help our students and our teachers.
Yeah, and I would just add to that the importance of voting, and especially voting for people who reflect your values and priorities. Yes. Well, we know here in Austin, you know, even though we are in Texas, we were able to pass the highest minimum wage for city workers in the country at $20 per hour.
Wow, incredible. That is awesome.
We've decriminalized weed, we've decriminalized abortion. Like, these are progressive policies that are happening in the state of Texas, and they're happening because we have people voting. And it's so important to make sure that each and every election you're voting. Just recently, we just had our primary election a few days ago, and the voter turnout was 7% in the area. So if you voted, and my team was telling me, if you voted in this election, your vote actually counted about 14 times more because of all the people who didn't vote in that election, right? So just think about how powerful your vote is in shaping democracies and making sure that we are passing policies that are progressive and actually moving the ball forward. So just know, like, the most important thing that we can do, our generation, what we can do is to vote each and every single time like our life depends on it, because it does.
I'm so happy. Well, first of all, applaud that, because that was excellent. I'm so happy you brought up the voting part, because I think whether you're in Texas or New York, where we are, like, you feel like, my vote doesn't matter, I don't need to be there, it's fine. But so much is happening, and like you have your ballot initiatives that are happening that can really make a difference. You wouldn't have been able to create this island within Texas if people weren't in there, getting the signatures for that ballot measure and then for voting. So, you're gonna hear a lot, you might be the one saying it, or you're hearing it of, there's so much going on, and I just don't think I can believe in anybody that's running for office right now, so we're just not gonna vote. We're gonna sit this one out. And it tends to be the people who are sitting it out are the ones who need people in power to represent them the most. So say something when you hear that, right? Like, you must vote. That should literally be the easiest thing that you do when you're talking about being a part of a democracy. That's like the tiniest muscle that you're working. So, like, please, like, look what you can accomplish. Try and remember that part. Spread that message.
And also just this, like, authoritarian mentality, we're seeing it in New York. We both live in Brooklyn. We met for coffee recently in New York.
In New York.
The turnstile thing, the National Guard thing. They're having the National Guard in the subways to search bags. And there's Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is like, yep, and if you don't like it, go home. No, I have to use the train, right?
And I don't want to be stopped and frisked, although we don't have as much of that to risk as other people. And again, the same people who we all need to be voting to protect everybody. It's kind of bullshit, right?
Yeah, and it's like, it sneaks up so quickly, and like the lines between church and state being blurred, even the party lines, certain rhetoric slipping from one side to the other. I mean, it's so hard to stand the ball, but damn, it's important in our daily lives.
And I would say that cynicism is easy. Yeah. It's really easy to say it's all corrupt, it doesn't matter, my vote means nothing. That's it's a cop-out, right? It's a lot harder to have hope. And Vanessa and I are both young elected officials. I was elected as the youngest member of the legislature back in 2018. And so youngest
ever or youngest in?
Youngest currently.
Youngest.
No longer, though. I'm now a decrepit 34-year-old. But I spent a lot of time talking to young voters and non-voters at the door, block walking my district. And I would hear this refrain over and over that I'm not interested in politics. And I honestly just decided to shoot straight, and I said, you may not be interested in politics, but your landlord is interested in politics. Your boss is interested in politics. Your insurance company is interested in politics. And until you are interested in politics, they're going to keep using politics to screw you over. And it's that level of transparency, especially with voters in our generation, that empowerment is contagious, and it's compounding. And they wouldn't be trying so hard to take your vote away if it didn't matter.
That's right. Right. That's right. I've been touring the country. I did 42 shows since June. You're about to go on tour, Danny. Yes, you are. It's so layered.
I'm looking forward to it,
You say it again?
I said, I can't say I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. It's wild. It's wild. And like, mine's more spaced out than yours is. It's hard to go. I do 2 nights away, 3 max, and then I go home and smell my child. So that's why it's been since June. But I just have this like feeling, and we have particular audiences who seek out our vibe or energy, whatever, and whatever we may represent to them. But I still have this feeling when I look at these people's faces and laugh with them across the country. I'm like, we are not as divided as the one guy who controls the algorithm is making us think. It's one guy. That's so messed up and should be illegal. He's like, one person controls the entire algorithm. Like, why do you even want to? Don't you want to chill and vacay? Like, it's shocking and nonsense. If I owned an island, I'd be chilling on that island. I wouldn't want to control your mind, I mean, and like, I'm desperate for your approval, for sure, but I don't want to control your mind. And I look at people's faces across the country and I'm like, I think like 70% of us agree, pretty much. 70% of us agree. We're at like the middle of the bell curve. But the one guy makes us think that we're each in 5% of the bell curve. And it's so messed up. And I'm just wondering how it feels to you, like, you know, I've, in the past 8 years, I didn't kind of even realize the politics that I was conveying with my art, and then became aware of it, and then kind of actually harnessed it. But I'm wondering how it feels to you, Danny. I mean, from your 6 albums prior and touring prior, but even like upcoming, how it feels, I don't know, with your values, how aware you are of them, and if this resonates with you. Do you feel like people just want to chill and be human beings together? I don't know.
No, definitely. I mean, to me, my music was always like a form of therapy for me. I would just put into it whatever I felt I was too ashamed to talk about with my friends or my family, so that was the best way I kind of got it out. But I, you know, since I've been sober and everything, because I used to put so much about, you know, just my mental health and where I was at in my life, and put so much of that into the music. But every day I get a message from somebody telling me, you know, how those songs that were trauma dumps to me, how much it helped them and made them look at themselves in the mirror and wanted to get help for themselves. So that's like, now, you know, more so I used to make music and I don't know, I would just, like I say, it was a form of therapy, and some not so cool stuff, not so nice stuff probably was in my content, but now I'm at that point in my life where I just want to make people happy with my art and to, you know, just to help people more. You know, I feel like I'm a vessel more than anything. I'm blessed to have this talent. I can't stop until God tells me when it's time for me to stop.
Right.
You know? So I just really want to help people now with it, you know, more so than, I don't know, than just make them dance and have fun, you know?
Yeah. So it's like almost like, I guess, a mental health thing in the beginning, a mental health vibe that people kind of latched onto. Because that was like the thing also about your music, that it sounded like one thing, but then you stop a second and process, and it was about mental health.
Yeah, it was cries for help.
Yeah, a true artist.
Ilana, can I put you on the spot? Because, you know, we met because you do what you do, I do what I do. But I look to you because I find you so inspiring. And the way you use your voice, nobody else's. Nobody else could pull off what you say. It's so you. And so people come to you. Danny, the same is true of you. Nobody else is singing or writing a Danny Brown song. And so you have this like amazing opportunity to be vulnerable, which has to be hard, I imagine. I don't know how you do it, but how do you feel when you're being so vulnerable? And in this instance, right, like you have power. You have power to change people's minds. Like, how do you deal with that responsibility?
I love what Danny just said about being a vessel. I love that, because I think my therapist said something when I've been with my therapist for like 4.5 years, and early on in our relationship, he said something about stand-up that like just changed my life, which was that stand-up is impersonal. And I was like, totally so personal. And he was like, no, I said impersonal. And I was like, oh shit, bitch, you know? And it's like kind of reminds me of the vessel thing, where it's like, I don't know, just letting something flow through you and not actually thinking, you know, it's actually like an ego thing to think that you actually have power over even your own gifts. You don't even have power of your own gifts, you know? You just, I think it's more of a spiritual practice to let it flow. And, you know, this year, for the past 8 years, I've been with Generator, with my co-founder. We make literal cheat sheets for elections and for key states and battleground states. And I love that work. I think it's fucking brilliant. But also, I'm like, there's also something to just sharing whatever like human foundation you can. And I do believe that most people will end up doing what has to be done or do the right thing. But this year, I think I'm less, I feel like the landscape has changed, where I'm not gonna necessarily be like, you must do this, but instead change the frame and model, I'm doing this because of this, and damn, does it feel dire. Whereas before I'm like, you got to do this thing, dog, you got to do this. But it's just changed this year, the rhetoric, not just events, but really the framework and the way that you say it, James, is really resonating with me, that it's changing politics and the like divisive, reductive algorithm is making it a sport and like so gross. I don't even want to look at it. I also like what you were saying, Danny, about getting your like current events from art and artists. It's like, it's kind of the way to do it. Because also like the news cycle changes so quickly, but then the values remain of people who, I don't know why people are so focused on stripping others' basic human rights. I just kind of can't get past that desire to control someone else's body to that violent degree. I'm just like, I don't get it. I'm very curious, I guess, about what that psychic sickness is. And it's so bizarre that it's masked as politics. That's kind of the area where I'm at right now. I'm like, this is literally ill. This is super sick. And I have to keep myself healthy as a private person. And then also, what do I think is the healthiest thing I can do? Well, I'll share that.
Yeah. Thanks. Danny?
For me, it's more so like she said, just feeling more so like a vessel and stuff. And back to her saying, like, you know, you tour and you kind of realize that no matter what where they from or what walks of life they come from, that we most share the same views on a lot of things, you know? And a lot of people go through the same thing. Like I say, with my music, like people come to me telling me like how much it helped them when I was just really just asking them for help, you know? But now that kind of stuff keeps me on the straight and narrow, knowing how many people that I've helped, you know? So yeah, for the most part, it's like, you know, every vote counts and everybody, you know, like everybody got to just stick together too, to be honest.
We're gonna let the audience ask a few questions, right? Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to say before?
Me?
Yeah, you.
No. This has been so excellent. Thanks for co-hosting with me, Jess.
I would do it anytime, Ilana. Cool. All right, let's hear what everybody wants to say to all of you. You know, this is appropriate. We often hear every vote counts, but how can we encourage long-term civic engagement? I did not write this question, but it sounds like I did. I'm really sorry. Beyond just casting a ballot. So how do we get this to be a year-round, every year, not once every 4 years, once in a moment kind of thing? Go.
I think we have to highlight people who are certainly under 80, but under 50 is really nice too. It's so inspiring to hear you guys speak fluidly and just organically. It's really inspiring and encouraging and makes it feel like a community I can step into rather than this like heavy effing task that I must do.
I hope they maybe even inspire you, like if you need to quit your day job at some point, you know, run for something.
Me? Oh. I don't.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Or you. I meant, you know, everybody else out there, too.
But others, I think, for sure.
Can you share success stories or examples of grassroots movements that have driven significant change at the local or state level? I mean, Vanessa, you're a daughter of an immigrant, right? I mean, you've watched how organizations across the country, but especially in this state, have had to mobilize to protect immigrants' rights. Is there anybody that you want to point out? Or again, like, what are lessons that we can take back home to where we live?
Well, when I think about like, what are the movements that have truly driven progress in this country, if you take a look at our history, it's driven by our youth, right? It's driven by young advocates, by people of our generation and of the next generation who are truly driving the change in our country. We saw it in the civil rights movement. led by John Lewis, was one of the front runners, 21 years old, arrested 20 times before he was 23, all for guaranteeing our right to vote. We saw this in the women's revolution, reproductive movement in the 60s and 70s. Just down the street, you have the University of Texas, where Sarah Weddington was one of the first women to graduate from the University of Texas Law School. And she graduated from law school, could not find a job with the law firm here in town. So she decided to start researching anti-choice bills and how to combat the anti-choice legislation that was being filed. And she ended up being, at 26 years old, went to the Supreme Court of the United States and got us the right to choose. Whew. Incredible, as a 26 years old.
Wow.
And so, with climate change, it was our youth who was driving that.
Right.
Even with President Biden canceling some portion of student loan debt. Again, this is all driven by mass mobilization, mass organizing, and it truly is, our strength is in numbers. So I would say beyond the electoral part of it, of casting your ballot, definitely organize around an issue that you are passionate about. Get involved, get your friends involved, get your family, and ensure that you're holding the system accountable. It's not enough to just elect people who demonstrate and model your values. You have to ensure that those policymakers, those politicians are adhering to what they said that they were going to do, right? Talk is cheap. We have to ensure that we have people who are actually going to move the ball forward.
And what you said about student debt, that resonates with so many people, right? And it was the president who announced that initiative, but that didn't just spring out of his brain, right? Like, that was grassroots organizations mobilizing, organizing people. Those are the masses of people. We're talking about these one individuals when we could be talking about all the people who were doing all the work, right?
Right.
Vanessa mentioned Sarah Weddington, and in the beginning I talked about how Texas is getting a bad name. It was a Texas lawyer who won Roe versus Wade. There is a long, deep history of progressive politics in Texas. We're the home of Ann Richards and Barbara Jordan and Molly Ivins. We're the home of LBJ and the Great Society. You wouldn't have Medicare, Medicaid, Title I, Head Start if it wasn't for Texas.
Wow.
And we have to remember
You should run
that
for
legacy.
office. That was...
I think it's so interesting to have politicians and artists on the same panel, but I think the common thread is this idea of doing politics as a spiritual practice.
Right.
The same way y'all create your art. And that means that you have to resist the ways that the folks at the top are trying to manipulate us and trying to pit us against each other. Because in my experience, like with the voucher fight, politics is not really left versus right, it's top versus bottom. And there are wealthy special interests that are intentionally, strategically dividing us to prevent us from recognizing how much we have in common. Because once we do, we join together and take power back for ourselves and our communities.
To tax them, literally. We'll be like, wait, why do I pay more taxes than you? And they're like, no, you're fighting. Can I just amend also? I'm like, I couldn't run. It's because I don't have the strength. Like, I cannot believe, I'm optimistic. I work in comedy. Like, the optimism that you have, it's unbelievable. I mean, how do you keep it up?
Compartmentalizing.
I think it's because for me, it's hearing from our community, right? Registering someone who is going to vote for the very first time. Those are the moments that I believe give me the faith and the hope that this is worth fighting for.
Right.
It's the individuals, it's the humanity behind the policies, behind the action. It's just knowing that we're all just trying to fight for a better life for each other.
Jess, I wanted to ask this localized question. Yeah, Kyle Wallace says, I work for the Texas Association of School Business Officials. James and Vanessa, what's your call to action for organizations like ours, the Texas Association of School Business Officials, and for people like me who work there?
Well, so y'all know that I used to be a teacher before I ran for office, and I taught 6th grade language arts in San Antonio ISD on the west side of the city. And I often joke that teaching middle school is the best preparation for serving in the Texas legislature. And But my experience as an educator and now as an education policymaker, I've come to realize that public education is under attack at every level. These are existential threats to the project of public education and therefore to the project of democracy. You don't have a democracy if you don't have public schools. And so Christian nationalism is part of it. The billionaire mega donors who are funding a lot of these attacks are part of it. Book bans are a part of it. But once you connect all the dots, you recognize that they're going after our neighborhood public schools, our neighborhood public school teachers.
And criminalizing librarians.
Right. I never thought I'd see the day where our school librarians are enemy number one, right? I mean, and these, if you adjust for inflation, pay for Texas teachers has actually declined over the last 10 years.
Wow.
They're doing impossible work, and we've got the most powerful politicians in the country calling them groomers, accusing them of indoctrination. It should be unacceptable to every single Texan, every single American.
It's like, you're such a tough guy. You're going after sweet,
Librarians.
nerdy librarians? Oh my God. Fight each other, like at MMA. You know what I mean? Like, leave librarians alone.
There's your one takeaway today. Just leave librarians,
leave the librarians alone. Should we do one more, Jess?
I think yeah, let's do it. Local victories, this came from Steve Dowd? Yes. Local victories can feel incremental. So how can we build momentum, translate all these like local success stories that we're hearing into this broader change?
I mean, I would say organize, right? The grassroots movement. What we've seen here in Texas, what we were able to do on abortion and getting multiple cities to pass decriminalization policies is that power's in the organizing. So if we're able to get, even in the absence of state leadership or our federal government taking action, at the local level, we can ensure that we are passing policies that reflect our values. And so I would just encourage you to get involved, to contact your council member, your commissioner, and to share with them, like, what do you want to see change? What do you want to see happen? And that can help spark a movement with other cities throughout the state.
So let's leave everybody with, one last thought, Ilana.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh. So I'll say that I'm going to vote this year in whatever elections come up in my county and state. That's what I'll leave you with.
So let's leave here and vote. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
you,
Danny
Ilana.
Brown, Vanessa Fuentes, and James Talarico. Thank you all for coming today. Stay safe out there. Bye.